Yo, what's up? Wait, how do you make your second Voltarian? What's the plan for bosses? Well, Medozin was going to replace Huntler. Otherwise, it should be business as usual. Can I just search up Volarian? I think because I completed the quest, I just go out there and hand it in. What channel is Biseptimus on? It's on our shit. Whatever. I'll just take the magnet turret. I'm gonna lose a bunch of my beard today, you guys. My wife's gonna get the clippers later. And we're gonna trim it down a lot. Because last night I wasn't paying attention while I was trimming my beard, and I got a little too close in one spot. Okay, so before I go any further, this is the female horse icon, right? The blue one's the male. Where is it? Male. Yeah, male's the blue. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Let you see? Yeah, well, uh-oh. Camera, initialize. Don't crash my OBS, please. There we go. 1 second, let me fix the camera. It's set back to its default position. There we go. Yeah, it's actually barely noticeable on camera. What if I go full screen camera? Watch when I actually... Where's the hell's the stable? Yeah, just got my second horse. There it is. So if one is named Raiden, then what do we call the other one? Ideally, you would think that the male would be called Raiden. What if we name it Rajan? Rajan actually is kind of cool. All right. Now we transport it. Oh my god, what is this transport window? Yo, this is sick. We'll send it to Heidel. I believe he did have an H in his name, but I was actually going based off of the original name, which is like a Japanese god of thunder. For those of you who don't know, Kinjar and I used to have a guy in our guild who played wizard named Rajan, and that man and I used to go around at world bosses killing Iconic and other guilds we were at war with. Had a lot of fun with that guy. Do you get anything special for having 2 Voltarians? The third one, I get to just turn into glue for like, what, 10 or 15 billion silver? You think after grab changes it will be possible to proc overcharge with Sage's grab? That's a good question. I don't know. If there's that delay, you might not be able to. We'll have to see that on Global App. The main reason why I wanted a male and female Voltarian is just in case they ever add a T10 version, then I'm ready to start clicking it. That was a lot quicker. I didn't even have to do the whole quest. Did you make more money at DSR or Ors? Oh, definitely Ors is more money. It's not even close. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of close, but it's just Ors doesn't give good XP. Always ahead of time. That's my thing, right? I always want to, like I said, prepare that effort. Time is easy. I'll be playing the game for a long time, unless the game dies, and in which case, then it doesn't matter, right? So I'm not worried about trying to bypass time. Choice actually phrased it really well yesterday with like what they're doing with the Idana armors and Pen Fallen God, right? Where he described it as gentle parenting. When you basically have to tell your kids no, but you have to do it in a way that that doesn't make them completely upset. That's what that time gate is. Because it's very clear they didn't want the Adana armors to be as expensive as Pen Fallen God. They recognize, obviously, that was a mistake. So they had to do gentle parenting for those who already had it by adding that little time gate. And I know some of you are going to be like, little? What are you talking about? It's years to get a full set. Well, the thing is, you don't have to get you're not getting the full set, and the early enhancement levels are definitely going to be very easy. If you're using 300 stacks, you're going to be looking at quite a high chance to succeed. And even with the higher levels, like going from Oct to Deck apparently is something like 2 years or something like that. So like while the people with Pen Fallen God are working on that shit, right? Everybody's gonna catch up. And let's be honest, progression is all about or MMOs are all about progression. They're gonna be adding more and more and more ways to get it in the future, no doubt. Okay, why do we got PvP shit on? Oh, you know what we should do? We should do our wait, why did I equip those? We should go do our Pit of the Undying. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sleebe. They'll add like a Donna part 2, and then all of a sudden you'll get more from that, and then all of a sudden, like as soon as you go from 1 stone to 2 stone, all of a sudden they cut the time in half, right? 2 stones to 4 times, it gets cut in half again. I wish it was a lot more stats though. Like if they would have showed the Adana armors being like way more stats per enhancement level from base to Oct, then I would have done it just for the stat advantage. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, Pit of the Undying. I hate time-gated content too, but I cannot justify throwing away that many hours. The DP difference is like 1 per enhancement level, 1 DP, but that 1 DP is like 1 DR. So yeah, if you had a full set of Oct, it would be a meaningful amount. But that's just over base, and getting to like Tet and Pen full set of armors is going to actually be like reasonable. It's going to be like in the first 6 months, the majority of the gap people have with Fallen God is going to be immediately diminished because it looks like getting to Pen is going to be super reasonable. Like there'll be people running around with full Pen that didn't have a single Pen Fallen God, probably by the Calpheon Ball. Obviously, those will be the lucky people, right? The unlucky people, they'll obviously be a couple steps behind, but... Oh, I'm gonna, Kanjar, before I read your question, I am going to put a message in our group. Oh shit, don't start. Okay, so question. We talking with some people about this last night. Are you 100% sure we're getting the armors with the part 1 of the new region? And are we getting all 4? Yep. The post talking about everything from the ball doesn't explicitly state the armors are coming with part 1. I mean, they suggested it, and I can go to the Calpheon Ball part. Here, maybe we'll just do this 1 second. I can show you where the big hint is that they're coming with part 1. It's not even really a hint. You're right, they technically didn't directly say it. Okay. So well, 1 second. Let me mute my supplements, otherwise you guys are gonna hear him while we're trying to go over this. Oh, this fucking thing's gonna keep pinging at me. 1 second. Let's get the audio going. Okay, and then get the video up. So they're going to say a thing here, which was the biggest indicator to me that they are releasing it right away.
At the new region, Edania. Since it's a place filled,
and it's where they show.
You might these clips.
Let me show where they show the AVDP of the spots requirement.
And part 2 of the town
not here
castle.
yet.
We're also nymph. It's just slurring, but
This isn't it.
the field the more just photo is possible for part edge of a met in amount in first hand to the bottom. Therefore, ultimate through this test in March, Black Spirit close
They're talking about the bosses, and then I'm pretty sure this is just about it.
Complete next for many of any sub else
with some castle and castle with the lowest difficulty is Jordan.
Okay, so this is where they go over it, right? And listen to what they say here
Volarian castle
in regards to how high the stats are.
427.
Let me fast forward it like a little bit longer. See, there we go. This is where they show them all.
The AP requirements for later castles go from 360, 365, 370 and up to 380. And the AP requirements will also rise steadily up to 460.
So 460 was kind of like the immediate indicator. Divius and I were in a call and we're like, 460, they are totally adding sovereign armors. And they hint at it here too.
You might think the DP requirements are
So this is Idana Part 1 too, right? Idana Part 2 is up here. This is Idana Part 1 they're currently talking about.
a bit too high, but I will explain this
See, you might think the DP requirements are a bit too high.
further later, when I introduce a new item.
See? Boom. Right there. That's the indicator to me. We will explain why this is the situation later when I talk about the release of a new item. And that is obviously armors, right? So they have the armors releasing because of the DP requirements of the Idana Part 1 spots. So that tells me immediately right there that the armors are being released with Idana Part 1. Now, in regards to the armors, and all 4 of them being released at once, they say this.
Bring Origin defense gear, the new.
By the way, before I move on, that makes sense, right? Do you feel like you got the same interpretation now from that part? Because they're showing the Idana Part 1 castles. They're saying the DP requirements are high here. Just 1 second. It'll make sense in a minute when we introduce a new item. I think that's a reasonable assumption that the armors are coming with Part 1, right? Fair? Okay.
Idana's defense gear, especially the gloves and shoes.
Now on to them releasing all 4 at once.
Features a unique designed as a difficult. Idana, but once might be a process, but limited. How often you can obtain the symptoms at once. We also revealed the sovereign approach to last year's sovereign weapons and Karazad accessories. But since we also revealed the
sovereign sub-weapon today.
Sovereign sub-weapon today,
releasing all 4 pieces of defense gear.
All 4 defense gear pieces at once might be
overwhelming. So here comes the exception. This is the part that tells me that they're releasing all 4. Because they didn't say, like, I feel like they would have just come out and been like, it would be overwhelming if we released all 4 at once, but this is actually what we're going to do instead. Right? And this is where it comes out.
So, for Idana's defense gear, we've simplified the crafting process, but limited how often you can obtain the required enhancement.
So this to me is this is the exception. This is the justification for releasing all 4 at once, right? Because they know between the sovereign armors, the 4 sovereign armors and the offhand, they're going to make it so you're limited by the enhancement resources instead of them releasing it 1 at a time. I think it's also important that previous spot, the previous thing I just mentioned too, like if you take a look at the harder castles, the defense levels are way higher at like 460. So obviously they want us to be able to get to that too. If we just had 1 armor, we wouldn't be able to get to those levels in Idana Part 1. We wouldn't be able to get to those defensive levels. That's going to require all 4 armors to get there, but obviously we won't be able to get there first week. That'll be something that like a couple weeks down the road as we start to grow into them, right? So it's those 2 things combined that tells me that they're releasing all of the armors at once and with Idana Part 1. Yeah, a lot of those other sites, I don't know about the official site, what they said, but Foundry, yeah, they're just doing their best with the translation. A lot of it is interpretation. I like to go straight to the source, and even this is questionable. Like, they have said things at these balls, and it just hasn't quite lined up perfectly. So I think it's reasonable to be skeptical about it. Yeah, part 2. Part 2 is going to be... I'm excited. I hope part 2 comes out with... I actually genuinely believe part 2 is going to come out with Savior. They just kind of seem to make sense. By the way, Kinjara, Windows is annoying. Let me turn this down a little bit. I wanted to use DDU and just do a fresh driver install, because I feel like I've had something. I don't know. I just wanted to do it. Tinfoil reasons. Not that I've been having problems, but things have been kind of off lately, and I can't quite put my finger on it. So I figured doing a fresh DDU install can't hurt, right? Oh shit! What am I doing? Oh my god! Am I in my PvP setup? I mean, that's not too bad since it does have human damage. Part 2 can be mechanically harder without having higher requirements. It definitely can, yeah. But, I mean, in terms of grind spot, definitely bosses, they could totally do that, yeah. Yeah, so I went to go use DDU, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to boot into safe mode and use DDU as you should. And when I booted into safe mode, because I guess I have a online Microsoft account, it forgets your PIN, and you can't use your password, so you actually have no way to log in, and you get stuck in safe mode. So you have to actually restart with just command prompt open, and then you have to enter a string to actually disable safe mode. It's the most obnoxious thing ever. So I had to convert my account to an offline account. I really hope that new Windows, that bare bones, bareback, whatever you want to call it, Windows comes out, and it doesn't have all the bloat shit in it. I have not run out of loot scrolls, no, not ever. When we were in an environment where they weren't giving us many loot scrolls, I was only grinding with blues, because I can't justify buying yellow loot scrolls. And I can't justify buying loot scrolls to replace them, so I only grinded with blues. I try to spend as little money on the game as possible. And I understand, like, I do like supporting the company, so I don't mind spending some money on it. But I try to make sure I'm always getting the best bang for my buck. So whenever I'm getting low on pearls, I'll make sure that I buy like a 1+1 package so I can get double the pearls, right? Basically half price pearls. And then I sit and I wait and I use those only for the things I need. I don't use them on RNG boxes or shit like that. I do pit for the crons. The loot scrolls have no value if you can't run out of them, right? If you can't run out of loot scrolls, then the loot scrolls actually have no value, because that means all that's going to happen is the loot scrolls are just going to continuously pile up faster and faster. But I do it for the crons. You get anywhere between 100 to like 130 crons per run, so it's anywhere between 300 to 450 300 to 400 bill for like 5 minutes of effort. It's still worth the opportunity cost, but it probably won't be as soon as they change it so human damage doesn't allow you to bypass caps anymore. Because this is one of the reasons why you can cheese this and get it done in 5 minutes. These are my loot scrolls right here. I have them on the bottom of the screen. What I'm thinking is one day they recognize that people are getting way too many loot scrolls, and then they add a level 3 to the loot scroll gauge. And then it uses like 4 loot scrolls an hour instead of 2. Yeah. I hope they never do that too. It's just something I could see happening down the road. What am I missing? Oh. The God, I feel like I'm. Oh, I gotta swap to. My brain is not braining today. I want to clean my glasses too. Here, I'll be back in 1 minute. There we go. That's better. Still not regretting the Fallen God purchase. I'm hanging around 5 trillion silver, and it was a bucket list. I think it's going to go... I think it's going to follow along the lines of, like... Sorry, I got distracted by Septimus. He's trying to name his horse. Someone says, you should name it Zethian. So I said, I'm fast as fuck. Good take. Shut up, Gulperton. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, I think the Pen Fallen God purchase is going to fall along the lines of, like when I bought my Tet Ogre. At the time, it felt great because I was one of the few people to have it, even though I paid a big premium on it. But, like, retrospectively, it's just like one of those things where it was like, ugh. Especially when you extrapolate for inflation and look at how much I actually tossed away once you convert it to real time. Just for a Tet Ogre. Like, the shit cost me 30 bill. Oh, the market didn't work the same then, dog. But I spent 30 bill on a Tet Ogre back when you grinded 100 bill an hour. Sorry, 100 mil an hour. So you do the math on that, right? That means it was like 3,000 hours of... Well, no, you know what? Maybe we were grinding 200 mil. It was like 1,500 hours of grinding. Right? So if you actually extrapolate that for like today's silver at like 2 bill an hour, I spent like 3 fucking trillion on that thing, right? Just to be one of the few people for a fucking Tet Ogre. Oh, it was so dumb. So like retrospectively, I'm like, just for the sake of, and that's probably why I am so adamant at not buying the Pen Fallen Gods 2. Is because I already have an example where I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Just to have the novelty, and that was worth more stats. 5 AP is way bigger than the DP they're getting, so at least I have the justification for that, right? So, like, I already have a situation that I can directly relate to what buying Pen Fallen God now would feel like. The novelty at first, like I said, at the beginning, it felt great because I was like, yeah, I got a Tet Ogre. Oh my goodness, right? I get to show this off to people. But, like, that novelty wears off. And then all of a sudden you're just like, man, now they've added this new thing to the game, and I could have had that money for it right away, but I threw it away just to try to have something early. I did see your message. I chose to ignore it. You freaking rat monstrosity. By the way, you want to see something funny? Look at this. I'm going to get a big beard trim tomorrow. Today, my wife's going to go get her clippers. I was trimming my beard, and look what I did. Wrong side. I accidentally, while I was trimming like this side of my mustache, the end of the clippers, took some hair off here. So now I got like a patch. You can kind of see it's fainter. I was like, oh, fuck off. So I'm actually going to trim it down big time tonight. The whole thing. Not completely off, but like a big time trim. How's it going, Baldy? Shut up. Goatee. I used to rock a goatee all the time. I'm just not a fan of it anymore. Let's update my tracker for the day too. Yo, Jack, so we went to the beach yesterday, and normally we'll like make sandwiches and stuff to come with it. You know what I ended up making instead? These are banging. The kids actually really liked them. My wife loved them. I loved them. And the kids even said they would take them to school. So what I did, instead of using bread for these sandwiches, I made like little tacos, little sandwich tacos. So I had some turkey and cheese, and I just took a leaf of romaine, and then I just put it in there with just the lightest amount of mayo in there too, and then you just like hold it like a taco, because like a slice of romaine is like the same, almost the same shape as a lettuce. I was originally gonna wrap them, but I was like the rib of the romaine leaf is a little too rigid to do that, and it would just break. So I ended up just putting them all in like a sandwich bin, top side up like tacos, and we just ate them like that, and they were so fucking good. Oh my god. Get that bread out of here. We didn't need it. Okay, so wait, why didn't it move this stack? Do I not have a... Oh, I guess I didn't have a 170 in there. Some men can't grow full beard like me. Yeah, my beard, on the cheek side, it's not even as thick as I would like it to be. I wish my cheeks were as thick as like my chin and stuff. I don't know if this is normal, but like I grow in nice and thick right here. I actually trimmed it down here. Normally it's thicker here, but it was kind of coming down onto my lip and shit. But like my cheeks and stuff, I wish it grew in a bit thicker here, closer to like what's down here. But I trimmed it down a ton last night. My beard actually used to be down to here if you take a look at older clips. Now it's you know, up here. But it's gonna come down much shorter tonight too. It might be a stream without a camera for a while angle. We'll see if I always like it short though. Once you start feeling the cool air on it. Do that Italian cut? What's that? Okay, I didn't get any more costume orders, so I know I don't need to update that. Silver-wise, though... Let's see. We actually gained 17 bill in raw silver.
Don't wearing Zaddy. My cheeks are thick enough for the both of us if you want to come have a taste.
Let's see, how we doing with hungers? Up to 75. Oh, I still got this bad boy to sell too. I'll sell it max there. Here, I'm gonna add that in. Just because I don't want to add it later. And then we will... Wait, what? Is my stream getting choppy while I'm doing that, you guys? It looked like in my peripheral vision, it was getting a little choppy. Okay, we gotta update the trash. 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, let's see. Da 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 da. There we go. So we are actually 5.7. Boom. That's our current total. Oh, wait, what's this? Wait! What is that kiss? Oh, goddamn. God damn it, that distracted me. What was I doing again, chat? Okay, crystals, artifacts. Oh, spec. That's outfit cruns. Well, it's a combination of both. Oh, thought I heard the dog outside. I guess it was just the wind pushing against the door. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was talking to stream. So the evasion setup, yeah, you could do this. You don't need the Harpias. The Harpias, actually, I probably recommend not using, and use like Elcars in there. Something like this. Depends on the situation. Like last night in War of the Roses, I was using the Harpias. But just know in like a setup like this, yeah, you're significantly tankier, but you lose a lot of your damage. I personally prefer to play like all gas, no brakes. So this is what I actually run most of the time. Or this, right? This is like legit all. Wait, where is it? This is legit like all gas, no brakes. But normally I run something like this that is a bit more balanced, right? It has some accuracy in there. It still has some defense in there. No, I don't use Centaur at all. If you're going to build, so what I used to do, and I actually am selling it, I stripped the Caffers out of it. But if you're going evasion, then this is like one of your best things. Before Centaur, you will equip an evasion offhand first. Actually, I need to drop the price. But this whole situation, like I wouldn't bother investing in this because we're about to get the Sovereign offhand, and yeah, this is going to be king. And we're about to get upgrades too to our Jinn crystals, so the Centaur is going to be worthless as well. Now the Centaur isn't going to be worthless in terms of value, but you won't equip it when they give us the upgrades to the current crystals. The Centaur will still have value because it'll be used most likely to upgrade the crystals, right? The essences of Dawn you get from it. So I'm not trying to say go and sell your Centaur. I think it's a good idea to hold on to it. Well, the evasion will still be worth it for pure DP builds too. But that's it. You will never hybridize with that shit. Ever, 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 ever. Like hybrid, and when I say hybridize, I mean like, you know, when you're trying to balance your offense and defense. And obviously, if you're Sage, that's what you're doing, right? That's why I'm talking to him. It is actually true, Cavell. It's good to have a balance of both. If you have like you, so this is what we did when we sieged the Valencia castle. I think Corrupt Arise was defending it, and it was just a 1v1. Is we had half of the people going into the castle meme DR and half of them meme evasion. So this way, like, people couldn't go full glass AP and kill all of us, or full glass accuracy and kill all of us. They basically had to choose one or the other. And that's the thing about those builds, is you can't hybridize. It's not like they can go half AP, half accuracy and kill both. No, they have to commit to half of us or the other half. They can't commit to both. Well, with the way it scales, you still would, Cavell. Once again, we're talking about full meme setups. And yes, the evasion offhand will still have a tremendous amount more evasion than the sovereign offhand. It's not even close. Hearing that setup makes me mad. It is infuriating. It is one of the most stupid things in the game. The evasion on the sovereign offhand doesn't actually scale very well, Cavell. It gets a little bit of DR per level, and it gets a ton of accuracy and a ton of AP. But the evasion scaling on it is actually really bad on the sovereign offhand. So even with it getting 10 evasion through reforms, it's not that big of a deal. Once again, when it comes to meme builds, you don't want to be sacrificing any potential defensive stats for any offensive stats. It doesn't even matter how much, right? You're just trying to survive. That's the sole purpose. Now, maybe you could make one argument. Maybe this is a fair argument. Maybe you'll use the sovereign offhand because when you're in those builds, like what we were doing, right, is we were going in, we are trying to make sure the recovery stayed down, kill the flame towers, stuff like that. Now, you could make the argument that the sovereign offhand might be better in a DP meme setup when that is your role, because then at least you have the monster damage for attacking the structures. I can't remember if monster damage still affects that shit. I think it does, but where the evasion offhand and the DR offhand both don't. But that's a completely separate role then too on top, right? That would affect whether it's the evasion or the DR one equally. Yeah. So, if you're going full damage AP, I suggest something like this or something like this, depending if you want the accuracy or not. It seems like most of the time, like there's lots of DP builds, the majority of them are DR, not evasion. So I run this. But sometimes against some guilds that do have a little bit more evasion, I'll run something like this. In terms of like when I'm trying to survive, I will run this. Or I'll put the Harpias in there, depending on, like, in a 1v1, I would definitely wear the Elcars in place. Now, in a pure offensive setup where I still want a little bit more survivability, then I run this. Yeah, if you type the gear command. Okay, let's actually get to the grind. I've been yapping too much. Oh, shit, wrong. No, no, don't use the courage. Fuck. I feel like I've been burning these perfumes way faster than I would like to be. I have multiple... Ianu, were you even paying attention? All of those were PvP setups. I don't have a PvP setup. I adapt to the situation and who we're fighting. That was kind of the whole point of what I just said. It depends on the class I'm fighting too, right? If I'm fighting a class whose job is exclusively to trade, then even though Awakening Sage is a good trading class, I'll reduce their ability to trade with me by just putting in a bit more tankiness. But most of the time, if you're up against a class that isn't a trading class, then I go all gas, no brakes. Because then I try to put myself in a situation where I could trade them down. But it doesn't matter if I'm super squishy, because they're not a trading class anyways, right? Like, Warrior's not a trading class. Strikers, like with Sage, right? You gotta think about the range of the class. I shouldn't say that these classes aren't trading classes, they just can't trade Sage because of the way Sage throws damage from medium range or while moving, right? So like classes like Striker, Mystic, Warrior, they can't trade with a Sage. So, and if they catch you, they're gonna kill you anyways. So at that point, it's better to go like full blast. Once again, like, people who try to lock themselves into one PvP setup and use that for everything are just doing themselves a disservice. You really just need to adapt to what you're fighting. But then you have other classes that are great trading classes, right? If I'm running a full glass setup, Rangers can actually be kind of scary. They'll do a lot of damage to Archers too. I put on just a little survivability, so the little bit of trades that do get through the iframes and the forward guards now aren't nearly as threatening, right? The biggest thing too is trying to make sure that when you are throwing your forward guards, which you'll throw a reasonable amount of them, right? Between Upsurge and Enlightened Bolt, maybe an Interrogate if you're trying to get some stand back. You don't want your forward guard to get broken, because if your forward guard gets broken, then you get locked out of regenerating it for a few seconds, right? And that few seconds is basically another full forward guard. You don't want to have your forward guard break and do a full rift chain and still come out with no forward guard, right? I do have both DR and evasion artifacts, yes. I have two sets. I have an offensive and a defensive DR artifact and an offensive and a defensive evasion artifact. Right? I have evasion in Blur, a DR with Iron Wall, evasion with Blight, DR with Blight. Once again, right? Be adaptable. Adapt to your opponent. All of this might change, though. Like, I won't need all of these with the upcoming changes. With the upgraded Dekia artifacts, I'm pretty sure the evasion artifacts are just dead. You'll probably just use the upgraded DR artifacts for everything. Because even evasion builds are going to have so much DR. I think this is how evasion is going to work. I don't think you're actually going to build for evasion anymore. I think everybody's going to be building DR, and some classes will be able to trickle in evasion. But I don't think you're ever going to choose evasion over DR when you have both as an option. Unless it's just an unreasonable trade-off. They did just add AP. But we're talking about the rest of the gear, Yanu. Right? Right now, like, if you're running evasion armors, you're obviously going to run evasion artifacts. But there's no such thing as evasion or DR armors once you get the Adana armors. Your base, everybody's DR with a sprinkle of evasion. No. They did not say that. And the blight setup is kind of weird, right? This is where we'll find out if the human damage setup with your lightstones was intended for PvE or PvP. Because that might actually just become stay human damage for against monsters. The crystals obviously change because you earn those through RBF, which is a PvP environment. But the lightstone setup, that might have been originally intended for PvE.
How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones. Evasion is suffering.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe things will change with the evasion artifacts. I mean, it's hard to say. So, maybe the evasion ones will still be good. Maybe it'll depend on your class. I might just pre-buy strikes in case. Yeah, I have multiple strike setups. Vicious Shadows is probably... Vicious Shadows or All Out Attack are going to be your two best PvE setups, too. But considering how much DP you're going to need for the new Adana areas, I can't imagine wearing Vicious Shadows out there. You lose so many defensive stats. So... Or, sorry, All Out Attack. So I suspect everybody will be wearing Vicious Shadows out there. Just want enough evasion to matter. That's the thing, is we don't necessarily know how much evasion is going to matter with all the accuracy changes they're doing. It looks like they're trying to get rid of like a lot of those special attack modifiers. And they already are adding AP artifacts. We're just going to upgrade our current artifacts to have AP on them. And I really like this because that means if we're upgrading our Dekia artifacts to have AP on them, then we actually just grind with the new artifacts instead. And technically it's instead of 7 monster damage per artifact, it's just 6 AP. So it's a net loss there. But in terms of the other stats, it's a net gain. But I think one of the biggest benefit, especially in regards to Adania and how it seems to be more of a PvP-focused region, you're going to be wanting to grind in a setup that's you're ready to PvP in at the same time. No, that's coming with Sovereign Armors. They said that. Ianu, why do I feel like all these questions you're asking could have been answered if you watched the ball? Somebody slap this man on the ass right now. I will gladly give up 1 AP. 1 AP per artifact in PvE to have artifacts that are effective in both PvE and PvP at the same time. Isn't that a reward? Yeah. I guess it depends on the person. You might be right. I really, really like the direction that they're taking now. They're changing our add-ons, so it looks like they're going to be effective in both PvE and PvP at the same time. It looks like they're going to be just changing the... Instead of having a monster damage add-on and a human damage add-on, looks like you're going to have just like an AP add-on. If I understood that correctly. And that's one of the biggest differences between the two setups, right? And then... with species damage not going over caps, then it's likely you're not going to be grinding with species damage much anymore. And species damage obviously only affects monsters and not players. With the artifacts, it looks like you're going to be just having the one setup that's effective in both PvE and PvP. They're getting rid of the variation with like offhands and stuff, so you don't have to try to swap to an Uber. Your sovereign offhand will be just your grinding and your PvP offhand. The main difference is going to be crystals. And crystals are actually reasonably easy to change. You can set up a hotkey and swap it reasonably quick. You won't have it ready immediately, but definitely a lot easier to swap that than to try to swap everything else.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Because, yeah, right now you have a bunch of people who will only try to attack people while they're grinding because they have a distinct advantage, right? And with the way they're changing the systems, that advantage, they'll probably still have a bit of an advantage. I can't imagine them being able to tackle every single thing unless they change the PvE crystals to also be just all AP. But I don't think they're going to do that. No, I misclicked! Oh, I should have had one of those! Fuck me! But yeah, it'll be way better than it was, and I'm so happy for that. It'll remind me of the old days of like grinding Bloody Monastery and somebody runs in trying to take your rotation. And then you kill them, and then they have to run back from node back to you, so you get a chance. Like, but while they're running back, you get to kill a few more packs, and then you kill them again. You know, I think open world PvP feels a lot more exciting when you can actually grind between kills. You know. Yeah, that I feel that way too, Sir Sinner. That's why I don't know. That's why I think there will still be a bit of an advantage for ganking people while grinding in regards to crystals. But like I said, at least crystals are easy to swap. But yeah, right now, like if someone comes out here, even if they do stick around, right? If I swap to my PvP setup, I can't grind between kills. I do no damage to the mobs because I dropped all my monster damage. So now it's like I got to choose. Either I'm going to be significantly weaker in PvP and stay in my PvE setup, but I can grind between kills, assuming I can get a kill. Or I swap to my PvP setup and hope the guy keeps coming back, and I gotta just stand around twiddling my thumbs between kills. It just makes the whole thing annoying. And that's the thing too, right? Is when you have somebody doing that to you, and they're forcing you to stay in your PvP setup, they're kind of laughing the whole time because they're like, yeah, he can't grind as long as he's in his PvP setup. LOL, 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 I'm wasting his time. Where in the past, right, if somebody's constantly jumping you while grinding, if they're dying, well, you can still grind between kills. So now they're like, ah, shit, he still gets to grind and he keeps killing me, damn it. Maybe I'm slightly slowing them down, but not as much as they would like. It just, right, this whole polarity between PvE and PvP setups has just made open world PvP feel so annoying. And I think it'll make PvEers also a little more... Because PvEers aren't interested in PvP, right? But occasionally PvP finds them. Occasionally they have somebody who attacks them for whatever reason. But because they're in a PvE setup and they're probably not invested in anything PvP-wise, they just can't really defend themselves, right? Where with these changes, you know, they might actually be in a setup that's reasonable for PvP. And they'll at least, like, they'll try to fight back. And you know what? Sometimes they might win. And that's how you get PvEers into PvP. When they're trying to defend their spot, someone attacks them and then they end up winning. And they're like, ooh, that felt kind of good. Right? They get that little dopamine hit. Like, oh, goddamn, I just clapped that guy's cheeks. That felt good. Wait a minute. Maybe I should practice more. You know? Then the next guy shows up and they beat them too. And then they get more practice. What's the changes? I ain't going over it all over again. I ain't starting this conversation back from ground one. You're going to have to check the VOD, fella. This has been a long-winded conversation. Yeah. Well, they might not do anything with the XP. I honestly think that the XP on Gyfin wasn't intended to be that high. It was just laziness that made it as high as it was. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. What the fuck? I'm trying to read your messages. Can you repeat the last 15 minutes? Yeah, right. This is why I wish Twitch actually had that rewind function that YouTube and Kick does have. So when people come back, they can just very quickly go back. They don't have to make a clip. They don't have to go through clicking 4 different interfaces or whatever to get to the VOD and hope that the VOD is completely up to date, right? It's just annoying.
I love that Zethy Wethy is practicing clapping guys' cheeks just to take on me Dot, the final boss of cheek clapping.
Shut up. So what I think happened, Moxito, is back in the day, the only Gyfin there was 5-man Gyfin, and they made the XP a bit higher per mob, right? Because they're like, oh, this is a 5-man group, you know, the XP is being split, you know, 5 ways, so there's a 50% reduction, and because you're killing less mobs per hour at this group spot, we're going to make it so the mobs actually give more XP, right? And I think when they added lower Gyfin, all they did was copy and paste the XP value per kill from the 5-man Gyfin to the now lower Gyfin. And in the lower Gyfin, you're getting 100% of the XP and you're killing so many more mobs per hour. And that's why Gyfin is as good XP. I don't think they intended it on being the best XP spot. I think it was just laziness that put it there. And my example of this is every piece of content that they've ever released. Right? Take a look at Pig Cave, one of the hardest spots in the game. It's like they just copied the average XP per kill to Pig Cave, and you're killing way less of the mobs. Same thing with Darkseekers, right? Darkseekers, when they changed the way this place works, they kept the XP per mob exactly the same as it previously was, even though you're killing half as many mobs an hour as the old Darkseekers. So, I don't suspect that they're going to do anything with XP, even though Gyphon is being nerfed. Because I think that place being as good XP as it currently is was a complete accident. CP? No, I think contribution is perfectly fine. I don't have any issues with contribution. It would be nice, though, if the XP, if they paid more attention to XP, and the more difficult the spot was, the more XP it gave. It is. It is. I think it's because they never really expected people to care about pushing levels past 66, because even that number, right, if you take a look at how much XP it takes per level past 66, it's the same value for every level. It doesn't increase. You don't get a reduction in how much you get per kill. It's just level 67 is just as difficult as 68, is just as difficult as 69, all the way up into infinity, all right? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some freaking bit limit to level that if somebody ever hits level 256 and levels up, it rolls back over to level 1. I wouldn't be surprised considering how many times we've seen that happen in BDO. Not that that would ever happen because it's so obnoxiously far away. But yeah, I just think that they never really bothered with XP with mobs because they just don't really consider people pushing past 66 as content. I mean, BDO is a game of progression. I don't think there's anything wrong with having systems. That's the thing, right? I hate this completely nonsense argument that when they add new content for the end game, that it's only for veteran players. Guess what new players eventually become? Is veteran players. So end game content is content for everybody. Like if we only implement content that caters to new players, then what do they have to do when they hit endgame? They have nothing, right? And if they can't at least invest enough time in the game to eventually become an endgame player, they're not sticking around anyways. And I think that's just a even greater way to make it so they have no reason to stick around. You want people to feel incentivized to work towards things. Now, I don't want levels past 66 to have giant like PvP effects. But I don't see any reason to not like have like skilled hunter, for example, not scale up every single level. Like, why does it stop at 60? This shit should be every single level you get +3 more monster AP. Has no effect on PvP, but at least incentivizes it for PvE. The most worthwhile things in life, Rave, are difficult. Things that are easy aren't satisfying. Things that are difficult are. And if you're the type of person who only will do things because they're easy, I mean, I got nothing else to say to, nothing nice to say to people who think that way. Feeling like a game should cater to you because you're not willing to do difficult things, just because other people are willing to do difficult things, is just fucking nonsense. Yo, what's up, Land? Yo, Hemingway. God damn, it's been a hot minute, fella. How you doing? What do you mean, no new player incentive? Your incentive is to progress and get stronger, the same way everybody else has. There's nothing wrong with that. If you genuinely don't like the game, then don't play it. But why make the game worse for everybody who does enjoy it and not have these mountains for them to climb just because people who are clearly have no real interest in the game don't want to do those things themselves? Like, I understand, and this is why I very specifically
showed skilled hunter. I understand not gatekeeping PvP behind that shit, right? And that's why we have capped content in the game for people who are newer to the game, where they can get a taste for it, right? And something like levels, if they affected PvP, that'd be a big problem, because people who were high level would obviously have a pretty big advantage against other players. And that's why I specifically focus on the PvE side of it in that regard. Because you don't want new players like...
In Solaire, for example, like, all of a sudden there's this 4-level advantage that veteran Solaire players have versus new Solaire players. Wait, what are you even talking about now, Rafe? The game always gets easier. That's a completely separate argument. I don't know why you're bringing that up. You don't have to grind right now. I never said there's a problem right now with how they scale new content. If you think that you have to spend 10 years catching up to where I'm at right now, you don't play this game. You're acting like if a new player comes to the game, they're grinding 10 million silver an hour for like the first 100,000, or not the first 100,000, like the first 100 to 1,000 hours that they play the game. That's not happening. Right out of seasons, you're grinding over $1 bill an hour. So I don't even know what you're yapping about, but I didn't make that you should be grinding the same speed we were 10 years ago until you've earned the ability to grind 2 billion after 10 years. Like, that's completely obnoxious. You will always have this creep that's happening that's trying to balance previous investment but make it reasonable to catch up. And it's super reasonable to catch up.
Splaga blaga 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 blom 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 blom
Yeah.
beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
You catch up so much faster now. Yeah, I'm not advocating getting rid of that. You always need that to be a thing. I think you completely understood the argument I was making. Misunderstood. Did I say understood? Misunderstood. Literally look at Grimkill? Yeah, exactly, right? That man is like, what? He's been back for like 6 months now, and he's now in Digi. He grinded up full Pandevos on season. Now, to be fair, Grimkill had a strong understanding of the game and plays a lot. Obviously, that's not going to be your average new player to the game, right? But even still, like your average actual new player, like, I mean, just take a look at the mentor-mentee thing, right? That gets them pretty close to 700 gear score, if I'm not mistaken. You're still stuck grinding sausage with your Liberto? Oh, goddamn. Yeah, I agree. He could have gone faster too, but yeah, he was doing it in his own way, right? He wanted to have this fun goal of collecting time-filled stones, and I think he also didn't want to have to spend money on loot scrolls because there's no doubt he grinds a lot, and doing that whole time-filled thing. Like, how many loot scrolls did he get? It was like 6,666 loot scrolls. Like, that man's never gonna have to buy a loot scroll ever because of the path he went. Yeah, I just, once again, I don't like this idea that some people spread that adding in-game content does nothing for new players. Because new players eventually hit in-game content. You know what's really demotivating? You know what stops you from playing a game? Is if you see this work you have to put in, and then there's nothing to do after with the work you put in. Take a look at how the game felt for such a long time, when it felt like everything was capped in the game. People were severely demotivated because they're like, sure, I could go grind, but what's the purpose? I grind so I can grind faster. It's not like I grind so I can access more difficult spots. It's not like I grind so I can, you know, access more difficult PvP. Like, everything was capped. Nobody was doing any uncapped. And people were just completely demotivated to grind. Lately, they've been swinging that pendulum back and adding more uncapped content. And lo and behold, people are more motivated to grind now than they've been in a long time. Because they actually see shit on the horizon that grind benefits, right? Yeah, it is a delicate balance, 100%. And I think PA does a good job, right? One thing I hated and made me quit World of Warcraft is, like, every 6 months they release a new piece of content. All of your legendaries and epic gear you worked on is now immediately replaced by green gear in the first monster zone. And it felt like it was just constantly being reset. And I was like, what is the point of this? Like, MMOs are about longevity. Where BDO, they do a really good balance, where as time goes on, people make more money, but it's not like overnight in one patch, all your hard work is just reset. And I like the balance that PA strikes with that, where it makes it accessible to newer players, but doesn't immediately undermine the effort that veteran players have put in. I feel like they've always done a really good job at balancing that. And that's why I was kind of confused when you made that argument, because I was like, I wasn't making that argument at all, that new players should have to invest 10 years to catch up to me. Because that would be obnoxious. No new player would ever start the game. Because guess what happens, right? They put in 10 years, well, guess what? Now I'm at 20 years. They literally never catch up, right? So, that's one credit that I've always given Pearl Abyss, is they strike that balance really good at respecting the time of veteran players while creating an environment where new players can work their way up and catch up. Yeah, I think so too, because, yeah, that was kind of the big indicator. It's all good. Maybe I didn't articulate it as well as I thought. Sometimes I kind of do the weave, you know, the old Trump weave where you start yapping about something else, and maybe it kind of threw off my point. Yeah, catching up to people like me, Choice, and Biseptimus, you gotta remember, this game actually is our job. You guys gotta go work your 9 to 5s and then come home, right? So it's a lot more difficult for you unless you're willing to swipe. That'd be like going to the gym once a week for an hour and expecting yourself to keep up with somebody who's hitting the gym like 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? You would never expect that to happen unless you start doping, you know? But I think in regards to the average player, oh yeah, it's super easy for people to catch up to them, right? The people who aren't degenning the game the way I am. How do I get servers for video? Credit card, exactly. That's swiping, right? In the same way, like going to the gym 1 hour a week versus somebody going, 5 days a week. If you want to catch up to them, you start doping. Don't do that. It's terrible for your body. At least in video, it's only terrible for your bank account. I'm playing this game on and off for a year or two because of it existing, and I've never been anywhere close to others' gear. I quit the game because I was obsessed about catching up. Now I just play to have fun, and you're having way more fun with it. These additions for gearing faster is awesome for the way I play. It is, yeah. They have. I think they've done a good job with it. I do miss having things to grind for. I think, and like at the time, maybe I'm looking at it through rose-tinted glasses. But back in the day, I hated the fact that you couldn't get base crescents, bassies, ogres, or anything off the market. They were always sold out, and you would just put up an order praying that you eventually have one. Same thing with like Debos, right? People typically didn't sell it because you had to go out and get these items, and there just wasn't enough to go around. And because the max prices were as low as they were, it just created this environment where you basically had to go out and grind your own. And at the time, it felt shitty because I would have preferred to buy it. Get out of here, Cal. Get out of here! Wait, what class is he on now? Is that Wukong? That's not Hash, is it? Maybe it is Hash. I can't tell. Oh, it is. Fuck. You ruined my train of thought. Oh, you zigged when I was hoping you were gonna zig. I'm very happy. I'm very happy that Kelb is a ethical hash player not running evasion. Because if he wanted to be an actual menace on Arsha, when you run an evasion setup while ganking people while grinding, like everybody has AP while grinding, right? But you may not have the human damage, but you still have a decent amount of AP. So you can still damage most DR people. But if you run any evasion, oh my god, nobody runs accuracy in while grinding, right? So you just can't do damage to people. By the way, that fight settled it. I am now the winner of the masterclass. They might as well just hand it to me now, even though he wasn't on stage right there. Doesn't matter. Record it. Send it to PA. Giving me ideas? Aw, shit. No, no. Don't do it. The thing is, you could do that with Sage too, right? Sage is the decent evasion class. In fact, I think Sage and Hash might be about equal in evasion now. Hash used to be like giga evasion. I really hope that that masterclass tournament is at a reasonable time for me, because I really want to participate in it. I really hope, though, that before they do that, that we see, like, the significant Sage changes, and they bring some, like, skill back to the class. Because I honestly feel right now, Kelb, with how easy the class is, like, you would definitely have an advantage over the majority of Sages. But with how easy Sage is, there is still the chance that you get fucked, just because of how dumbed down it is. Right? You just might have one round where just shit goes poorly for you. And you get eliminated first round. No, we have no idea when the tournament is. I suspect with how much they're changing PvP, I can't imagine them starting the tournament right after they do all these gearing changes. I mean, they might. I mean, it is PA after all. I may be a PA simp most of the time, but I do recognize that they do some dumb shit sometimes. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. And sometimes you make stupid mistakes. Like when we did the PvP 100 tournament and I was in the final four, I should have clapped Disto's cheeks. But that man, if you watch that, he resisted me so much. And at first I was mauling so hard. I was like, how is this man resisting me so hard? He's rolling like this freaking 5 or 10% chance. This is bullshit. And then I looked after the match was over and I didn't have my L cards in my setup, and I was like, oh my god. I was open worlding, just killing people standing, and I didn't have my L cards in for that PvP 100, and I was like, this is, oh my god. He was resisting, because instead of him having like a 10% chance, I was just handing him a 30% chance. And, you know, rolling a 30% chance multiple times is obviously a lot easier than... But I put that on me, I don't put that on him. I would have put that on him if it was just like him rolling Giga Lucky on like a 10% chance or whatever it is. I know it's a low chance. It might not be quite 10. But me not having L cards in that build in a 1v1 arena is just like, that's fucking old man moment. Because I caught him so many times and then he'd resist the CC. Or I'd throw like perfect CCs where he's in locked animations and then he like resists the grab and all that shit. It's just like, oh my god, why did I do that to myself? Can you please sort all of them in... Oh, I ain't doing that. Sorry. I don't play any of those classes. I don't feel like I could give an objective opinion on it. Yeah. So I think with the grab changes, Kelb, I think that's going to be really huge for the actual good, knowledgeable players. Because your grabs are nasty. You clearly know what to grab and where to grab. Where you have people like Don Skeptic, for example, that man just hits Shift-E, grab, bolt every time it's off cooldown and ready, right? And you can be reasonably successful just doing that with Awakening Sage right now because it's been dumbed down so much. So it'll be nice. The grab changes themselves are going to definitely weed out some of the bad sages that are just abusing our obnoxiously fast grab.
I'm shy, you clearly know what and where to grab.
It's so fucked? What do you mean? Yeah. That's true. That's true when it comes to Masterclass. As long as you don't do a Rift Storm or Dimensional Compression or an Interrogate right next to another Sage, you should never get grabbed. Because with... even if we have the minimum time on our grab of 0.4 seconds, 400 milliseconds is super reactable. So as long as you're not locked in an animation, you'll have no problem avoiding that grab.
Let's go!
Yo, Mr. Biceptimus, thank you for that kiss on the cheek earlier. You made me blush. I was talking about my beard because last night I was trimming my beard down and I was trimming like just around the edges of the mustache area and I wasn't paying attention to where the other edge of the clippers was and I accidentally clipped down my beard too much on one side. So it looks kind of obnoxious. I have to like pull the hair in an unnatural direction to kind of like cover it up. So I'm actually going to be trimming my beard down quite a bit tonight. Because it looks kind of weird. I either have the beard hair go down the natural way, but then I have like this spot that looks kind of empty, or I comb the hair to cover it, but now you like see like all the hair is normally just falling down my face, and then that one spot it's kind of moving forward. No cam because of the beard issue? No, not because of that. I don't care. I showed it on stream. Just some days I don't feel like having the cam on. I mean, on camera, luckily it's so low that it's barely even noticeable. Luckily, too, it's on the opposite side of my face, too, than the camera normally faces. By the way, you didn't pop in my stream on Saturday after all your enhancements, Biceptimus. Congratulations, man. You definitely deserve to hit all that shit. I freaked the fuck out when you hit that the deck weapon. I was hoping, because that's the thing that's really scary, right? Like you said, you're prepared for all the accessories. You were getting those no matter what, even if you had to pity every one of them. The minimum AP. The monster zone information is really good. I'm not ready. Hey, that's me every time I lose too. Hey, I wasn't ready. Quick, stop. Is 18 minutes okay with the boss? I think that's pretty good. I think like the good classes are doing like 12 minutes without the boss. You're not ready to fight me? I don't know about that. You're having mercy on me bringing that hash. Isn't hash a fun class to play though? Like I said, if they ever made a lightning themed hash, I would totally be an awakening hash instead. The main hand feels so much better than Awakened Sage's main hand. It feels so good with Awakened Hash. The main hand. It just, the lack of lightning kills it for me. I want lightning. The way it moves too. Oh my goodness. In my opinion, hash is one of the best designed double spec classes, right? So for a class that has a suck and awakening, I think it's got to be the best designed class. Because the main hand and the awaken kit feel so coherent with each other. There's so many other classes that there's like this whiplash you get between the two specs. Sand greater than lightning? Yeah, you keep it up. I'm gonna hit your sand with my lightning, turn you into glass. I can't believe pen devils are so cheap. Oh my goodness. Ground types are immune to electric? Actually, if I remember correctly, like in the old Final Fantasy games, earth monsters were actually weak to lightning attacks. Or was that air mobs? Wait, now I can't remember. Maybe that was air. Or water. Oh wait, air. Oh yeah, maybe air was immune. That's right, because yeah. I don't know about water. I can't remember now. I think fire was strong against ice, but was weak against water. I think air was strong against like lightning. I don't remember what air was weak against. Make Sage lightning blue and I'll play it? Yo, no, give us that purple lightning that Suck Guardian has. Oh my god. Actually, if Awakened Guardian had the purple lightning of Suck Guardian, instead of all the fire and the magma, I'd probably still be a Guardian today. I'm a huge sucker for lightning attacks. I find Drax super cool too. Like with the fire lightning, I think that shit is super cool. I hope that Savior has like holy lightning or something. You got like this holy energy that has like this electrical effect around it and shit. Oh my god, please. Please. I am so excited for Savior. I can't wait to see what they do with it. You like the lava better? Not me. You just like lightning? Oh, I do. 100%. 100%. Like I said, I'd play Hash. I like Hash's kit better than Awakened Sage's kit. But it's the lightning that keeps me on Sage. I'm not a fan of the sand. Because let's be honest, all Hashes fight dirty. Get it, chat. Where Sages are shockingly cool. Eh? Where's the best rotation in City of the Dead? I have no idea. They changed it so much since I've grinded there. You're so embarrassed for me? Man had me on the speakers, and he had to turn to his wife and be like, or girlfriend and be like, yeah, I'm only here because I got raided here. I normally don't hang here, honey. I promise. I'm just here for the drops. Yeah. I almost played Witch back in the day because of the lightning. But I've just never been crazy about casters in general. I've always been somebody who enjoys like melee classes and bruisers. Sage is like the first caster-esque type class that I've ever played because it's kind of like a hybrid of both, right? The Javelin, the Cabellius, to me is super cool because it's like this weapon that's a melee weapon but a ranged weapon but also like a staff at the same time. It's like this hybrid type weapon. I find super cool. I did play Javazon. I played basically every build, though. I preferred Zealadin in Diablo 2. Once again, Savior is an actual real contender to get me off Sage, even though we know nothing about it. There's two archetypes that I've always leaned towards in like every other game, and that's a Paladin type class. And I would have played Awakened Velk if it didn't have the Lance. The Lance kills it for me. I think the Lances are such a dumb weapon. If it were like a little spear, like a Spartan type deal, I'd be all about it. But this giant like jousting lance that really should only be used on the back of a horse is just so dumb to me. But I played Paladins in like every other game I've ever played if they had it available. Even back in like my old Baldur's Gate days, I've always chose Paladin. World of Warcraft, I played Paladin. Basically any MMO that's had a Paladin type class, I always pick that. So Savior might end up actually becoming my new main. I love my Sage though, so it's a tall order. If they end up doing like this combo, like I loved Awakened Warrior back in the day too. I liked how it was like a faster greatsword class. I hope that Savior is a faster class and not slower like Drac. Although I would like it to have some slower ideas. Like, what is that one ability? Brimbolt Strike, I think it is, where it's like she like winds up behind her and then she slams the ground and it just delivers all the damage at once. Like that shit feels so cool. So like I hope it's like a combination of both. I think Savior though, I think Savior might end up being the most played class in the history of BDO. I think anybody who plays Velk, Guardian, Drac, Warrior are all going to find it super, super tempting to play that class. Yeah, we know nothing about it. We know just a picture. Just a picture, but god damn. For once, a woman that's not immediately nude for no reason. Yeah, that's probably the one downfall. But, I mean, we might be able to make an exception for her if she's cool enough. Nah, kidding aside though, I love like plated female characters too. When they're just running around. I don't know how like Multi and Flowers and those gooners do it. They run around with their character in a freaking bathing suit all day. Their characters have their underwear stuck between their crack the whole day. Last two classes were a fail? I wouldn't say that. Wukong's a super cool release, and so is Deadeye. I don't know how you could say that they're a failure. Trust me, people aren't playing Wukong right now because it's a new class that requires a bit of effort, and because PA hasn't finished buffing it yet. Remember, every single class except for maybe Scholar started out weak and not a lot of people played it, and then as they did bug fixes and buffs, it became busted, and then all of a sudden everybody's playing it. Wukong is in that same life cycle right now. Give it a couple more weeks as they continue to tweak it, all of a sudden you're going to see everybody on it. There's no doubt in my mind that that's going to happen. Scholar is like the one exception of a class that didn't get that treatment. Yeah, and I think the same thing happened with Scholar too, right? Because the day they released Scholar, they also announced Dosa, and they showed like that silhouette with the sword, but you saw the pipe and the smoke coming off one hand, and everybody was like, what is that? I think that they should stop doing that. I don't think that they should be announcing new classes as they're releasing new classes. Maybe a few months after they should do that. Like, I don't think they necessarily need to wait until the release to do it. But doing it right off rip, I think is not really a good marketing strategy. But what do I know? They just knew Western people ain't that interested in Monkey Boy? No, that definitely was not the case. Leading up to it, the hype around Wukong was insane. Ask anybody who streams how hyped the community was about Wukong until they showed Savior. People were nuts about it. Yo, what's up, Jimmy? Did you guys copy and paste that? You guys literally wrote the exact same thing word for word. Did you guys coordinate that? Oh, damn. We found some plagiarism in chat. His movement is not crap. They had an issue on release where the camera turning with some of the abilities felt bad, but that's been reduced quite a bit. They did a lot to improve that. That was clearly an unintended change from global to main. Wukong has some really nice movement though. Like, the shit can... Wukong can legit fly over this gap. Without a horse. It has this combination, too, of, like, super tanky SA abilities that have 40% damage reduction. And iframes as well. And when you have combos like that, when it's not, like, all or nothing, it creates this interesting environment where you can, like, okay, I want to use a forward guard here, lose a little bit of my forward guard. Okay, now, because my health's full, I want to do a super armor. And you know what? Now that I've taken a little bit of chip, I'm going to use my iframe. By the time I finish that, both my forward guard and my other thing are going to be back to full, right? It creates this nice balance of different types of protection that you're rotating. One of the biggest problems of the community, too, is they want a new class to immediately outperform their main in order for them to consider it being strong, with no consideration to how much time and effort they put into their main to figure out all the nuances and all the tricks and how things flow into each other. They expect just the new class to immediately perform the same off-rip. Like, look at Divios. He's doing fantastic with Wukong. And it definitely has some PvP shortcomings, but we all know that like, it has great movement, great AoEs, it has everything it needs. They legit are, all they need to do is tweak numbers. And we know they will. We know they will. Why is that window move so slow for a second there? What the hell? We're talking Divios here? Yeah. But that does show that the class has potential, right? Divios is a fast learner. That's why it's nice to actually watch him. Because you know, even though it might take you, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to learn what he's able to learn in the first week, it helps you see that potential right off, like, much quicker. And, like, even Divios will tell you, like, go ask him the next time he's streaming. He'll tell you that, yeah, he's still learning new things about the class, piecing things together, seeing, once he learns a new thing, he's got to figure out where it places in, like, his rotations and stuff, or if it can place in certain situations. I think Wukong's a well-designed class. I think it just needs some minor tweaks. Yeah, and that's fair, right? Not every class is going to be everybody's cup of tea, for sure. Like me with Deadeye. I thought it was a super cool class. And Wukong. I think it's they're cool classes. Just not my cup of tea. I'm more of a lightning kind of guy. Shift R&B? Yeah, that's a pretty cool ability. That reminds me a lot of Hash's Serpent Coil. Yeah, we're all Savior kind of guys. Oh my god, Savior. She looks so good! Wusa's still your favorite? Wusa's pretty cool. Awakened Wusa looks way cooler to me than Suck Wusa. I like how it has those, like, bright blue flowers that it's using as, like, bombs. And you see, like, these, like, missiles or whatever coming out of them. I'm hoping that when they address how pets scale and all that crap, that Awakened Wusa becomes a much more viable class. Right now, you can actually abuse that class. Luckily, nobody's abusing it. There's kind of a bug with it in pet classes that is heavily abusable that people aren't abusing. Luckily, though, with the upcoming changes, that won't happen, so That won't be able to be done anymore. Awaken Mystic? Yeah, Awaken Mystic. A lot of people really like that class. I just personally think that Awaken Mystic sucks. I had to send a YouTube channel an email last night, you guys. So I'm sitting there browsing YouTube. All of a sudden I see a short pop up in my feed and my face is on it. I was like, what the hell? And it was legit just like one of the clips from my stream just set up in a short. So it's basically a clip from my stream, but they moved my camera just above what was going on the stream and then uploaded. I was like, what the hell? That's not transformative content. What the fuck? Sure, you transformed it from a clip to a short, but you did no editing at all. It's not part of this bigger picture or this theme. So, I really don't like copyright striking or anything like that. So I just sent him an email and I was like, look, I don't mind you using my clips and stuff for videos. Like with Pistanity, for example, right? When there's like a weekly montage of people enhancing and hitting shit. That's transformative content. That's good stuff, right? It's part of like what's been going on in the community. I get it. I like it. You know, he puts credit under, like, shows the channel that it came from. This short didn't have anything. It didn't even tell where it was from. There's people legit commenting on the short, talking to the guy like it's his clip. So I sent him an email and being like, look, if you can't figure out how to do this for shorts, I recommend not using my stuff for shorts. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. They do. They do. Even my kids, right? I'll say a joke and my wife and kids will roll their eyes, but they're smiling at the same time. And as long as that smile is there, I'll keep doing it. Well, to me, that doesn't solve the problem, Land. That just creates more work for me, right? Because, yes, I could do that and should do that, but I shouldn't have to do that. He should be doing that at the very least. And I don't want somebody just taking clips from my stream and then making a short out of it and basically just copying and pasting it into YouTube, because that's effectively what you're doing, right? I don't want to all of a sudden have this secondary job I got to do and go take a look at every channel that might be posting my clips and making sure I go posting it. That should not be my responsibility. It should be their responsibility. So, like I said, I'm going to give him a pass on this first one. If he posts another one like that again, then I'm going to have to strike him. I would rather reach out and talk to somebody first before... Because copyright strikes and like that shit are super annoying to deal with. I don't want to put that trouble on people. So, like I said, I just emailed him. Hopefully he checks his email. But I was only doing a review. That's the thing, is there is no review, right? There is no voiceover. Like I said, look up the term transformative content, right? That's why a lot of stuff falls under fair use, is because, like, if you take a clip from somebody, like, let's say Biseptimus is doing some PvP, and Choice is doing some PvP, and Armin's doing some PvP, Divios, me, and now you put a montage together of like the PvP that has happened that week, and you know, maybe add some funny commentary into it or sound effects and stuff like that. You've now taken that individual clip and turned it into something greater, right? And that's a good thing, right? As long as you're giving credit to all the people that you used in that content, that's a good thing. That falls under transformative content. Have no issue with that at all. But if you're legit just copying and pasting a clip, not adding anything to it, it's not part of a bigger picture, all you're doing is just posting it and people are immediately misinterpreting it as being your content, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, the thing is, those channels on YouTube are typically short-lived, right? If they're doing that shit blatantly, they'll start getting copyright struck. Once they get larger to the point where it is noticeable, they'll start getting copyright strikes and then the channel will get shut down. It's only temporarily, they only temporarily get to benefit from it while they stay small, right? They eventually reach the tipping point where, you know, all of a sudden hits the radar. The thing too is this channel also does other like normal YouTube like video highlight content in video form, right? Not in short form. So it and they do it well for that, right? It perfectly falls under the confines of the definition of fair use. Do you know why people are buying Lightstones right now? Sorry, Stato. Sorry for the slow response. People are buying Lightstones right now because they announced that they were going to give upgrades to our Lightstones. Not the sets, but the Lightstones themselves. So I think some people are trying to prepare just in case they end up needing more of them. Right? I think they understand that there's an issue with the Lightstone market where it's oversupplied. So I wouldn't be surprised if for the upgraded ones, they make it so you need like multiples or something, right? Or maybe it'll take a large amount of magical Lightstone fragments to upgrade your Lightstones. So obviously it's better to get some of that stuff at min price. Some people, though, have so many magical Lightstone fragments. Freon gens require a bunch of those too. Yeah. Yeah, so they might be preparing for that. Yeah, I have 28,000 of them, so I'm good for a while. They've been slowly piling up. I also have a whole bunch of uncrafted Lightstones. I've been just saving them forever, right? These things. So if for some reason that patch comes out and I need to get a bunch of strikes and stuff like that, I'm actually just going to sit there in front of an alchemy tool and go crazy. Because I already have Guru something alchemy. Guru 24. And like I said, I have so many of these things. I've been just saving them for a while. What the hell? Where are they? Right. Not many of the floor ones, but like I have over 2,000 of these fire ones. I even have, I've been even just saving the purified light stones and not opening these. Because who knows, maybe the new ones will be, there'll be a chance to open them from these. So I've been saving those too.
Have you ever had a dream that
Yo, Kimmo! Thank you for the sub, man. Yeah, they'll probably do that, but no harm in holding on to them just in case, right? One thing you get rewarded for occasionally in video is hoarding, so... I'm hoping by the time we get the Sovereign offhand in-game, we start having an idea of how much it's going to cost for the Alchemy Stone on Global Lab. Because I do want to go for deck offhand immediately, because the stat gains every enhancement level are actually so big on the offhand. But the Alchemy Stone, getting a Shining Alchemy Stone is obviously going to be huge too. If you type Sage Guide, there's a command for it, ! Sage Guide. Looks like John just did it. There's lots of different like PvP combos, PvE combos, and more so explaining how it's more of a priority system with Sage. We're not a class that has a limited amount of cooldowns, that we got to make sure that we properly rotate them to make sure that we never are left with nothing to do. Awakening Sage always has stuff to do, and because that's the case, it means we actually do more of a priority system, where there's certain abilities that are higher DPS than others, so you want to make sure that you're keeping those abilities on cooldown as much as possible. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lag period, right, between when we get the Sovereign main hand in-game and that shit hits Global Lab. But just like this PvP system, right, we've been seeing little changes on Global Lab, or at least in the Global Lab notes, for the weeks leading up to it. So there is the potential that we'll see that with the Alchemy Stone. Yeah, there's so much changing that kind of impossible for them to do it all at once. That's not the only example of them ever doing it, though. There are times where we see things on Global earlier. You fear? I mean, there's no reason to fear that. 10 offhand's going to be still huge. No, they're not going to compensate you for losing the AP. They're just going to increase your multipliers. That was exactly what they said, right? Classes with higher AP that are getting that AP removed are going to have their multipliers go up. Well, the mouse removal was something that actually did hit in-game, but then it broke the game. And people were freaking out. So it was definitely something that they've been working on over the years. Not actively working on the whole time, but definitely something that's been on the back of their minds, right? And I'm sure they've been trying to do little tweaks with it to see if they can find something that fixes the desync that comes with mouse move. But I think this was finally them being like, okay, sorry, unfortunately there's nothing we could do about it, the engine's dated. So the games will just be better without it. Oh yeah, this is, with them changing those multipliers and the AP scaling, it's going to be a big buff to both Awaken and Suck Sage and capped content. Because right now, both of those specs, any class that has a ton of AP gets unnecessarily punished by capped AP caps. Classes that have really good multipliers and lower AP are the ones that really hit hard in capped content. And it looks like that's going to be standardized, which is a very good thing. It is nonsense that in some caps, some classes just feel like complete shit and others feel like gods. Yeah, I like Ascension classes. I wish they would do more Ascension classes. I personally would love it if they went through all the classes in the game and just turned them all into Ascensions. Even if that meant that they had to split some classes into 2 different classes to do it. I think in general, Ascension classes are just much better designed. The initial intention of Successions and Awakenings made sense, but... And then, like, even after Successions were released, you know, you did have some well-designed Awakenings that used a lot of their main hand. But as time's been going on, they've been constantly working the Awakening classes that use a lot of main hand to use less main hand. There's a lot of classes that barely use any main hand compared to what they used to. So... I know, at this point, I feel like if they're going to continue down this path of doing that, then you might as well just split these classes into 2 and make Ascensions out of everything. What class is going to be hurt the most? The 2 for sure is Zerker and Lon. Lots of classes will feel it a little bit if they have some click to move in their kit, like Sage uses click to move with Impaling Flash. There's a bunch of classes that use some of it to turn forward guards and stuff. They'll also feel the pinch too. But Zerk and Lon the most, because they use it a ton for movement. Yeah. Yeah, I remember back in the day on my Warrior, having to do some main hand shit in there as well. You'd throw in some ground smashes, some spinning slashes while you're waiting for like your awaken cooldowns to come off. Because you didn't want to just stand there doing nothing, right? And then they had the absolute versions that made those abilities decent for a while. But even the absolutes have fallen so far behind, right? Absolutes have always been silly too. Because like they'd just copy and paste the tooltip from one absolute, from the main ability to the absolute. And you'd have things like increases the distance on this ability. So you would think that, you know, going from like level 3, I think it's like shield charge, for example. You would think going from that to the absolute version increases the range on it. But it actually doesn't. It's just damage, even though in the tooltip it said that it increased the range. Because they just copied and pasted the tooltips. +3 Forest Furies. Yeah, I haven't been collecting my drops. I fucked up last night, you guys. I forgot to refill my combat book, so I woke up this morning to my character standing beside the dummy and not even training. So I probably missed out on like a 10th or maybe even a 20th of a percentage. Or a 10th or a 5th of a percentage, I mean. Accidentally did that backwards. Yeah, hey, 1000 XP event goes crazy. With the 1000% XP event going on, I've been hitting the dummies every night too. If my calculations are correct, I should be reasonably close. I should be at about 96% when we lose the 1000% XP buff. Maybe 97%. And then I'll probably stay on the dummies until 99%, and then at 99% you can't dummy anymore. I have to do the last 1% all on its own. Yeah, Land of the Morning Light doesn't have any... Oh wait, no, it does have grand spots. What am I talking about? It has Honglim and... Duoxeny? No. What's that place called? Not Duoxeny. But it is in that area. Nobody does that secondary spot, though. Dokubi, thank you. I knew it started with a D. You know what I'm really curious about? When they do these changes to grind spots and how like AP and stuff scales you through them and stuff, I wonder if we're going to see like Ash Forest 2, like Dekia 2 Ash, become a viable spot. Because that's definitely one of the highest end spots right now, right? I wonder if we're going to see like Dokubi become a much better spot. I wonder how they're going to revamp these places that are largely ignored, even though they're like some of the highest end spots in the game. I don't know why. Somebody made a good point the other day with Ash 2 being part of Kama Sylvia. Why the hell did they not just let Forest Furies drop there? If Forest Furies dropped there, then we never would have been out of Forest Furies. Like, that could have been a really good bump to that spot. Should you tap your knob accessories? I would personally sit on knob right now if that's what you have. Maybe hit your knob neck or your deck neck. But the other accessories, I'd probably just wait for now. Get your armors to Tet so you can start working on converting them to Idana armors. Because it's going to be a pretty significant jump going from Tet armors to base Idana armors. Sub-weapon isn't actually that important. PvP-wise it is, and that's definitely something you work on too. But he was talking about accessories. PvE-wise though, like your Black Star offhand is still going to be really good. They're dramatically buffing the Black Star offhands. So this way they're not immediately destroyed by the 8 AP per AP you'll get from the Sovereign. They're definitely compensating the Black Stars to be relevant in regards to that. If you have pen distos, yeah, it's decent to sit on those for now. Use those in your earring slots and get your other accessories up. And then you can work on your Karazat earrings later. Yeah. Yeah, the early scaling on the Karazat earrings are... I think it has like 2 or 3 levels that don't even give any AP. Or maybe it's just 1, I can't remember. Yeah, he'll eventually have to change it, but getting the armors is going to be a much bigger upgrade initially. Like right off rip, it looks like the chest piece is going to be plus 11 DR, right? Or 10 DR, going from a Tet Fallen God armor to a base Adana. That's as much DR as both of your earrings combined. But yeah, he'll definitely want to eventually swap those. I guess there's one variable too that we don't really know about is the first Idana. We don't necessarily know how difficult that one's going to be. Obviously, the 5th castle is something that people are going to have to work towards. But I can't remember the DP requirement. I think it was only like 420 or something like that. And depending on your class, you can definitely overcome that. You know, people were grinding difficult spots with 10 debos for a long time. It largely depends on your class, though. Yeah, 428. Yeah, that's not too bad. And I think with full base Adanas, you know, you're going to have quite a bit of DP just right off rip with that. Yeah. Well, unless they make it like the boss blitz, right? They might, like the C8, 9, and 10, they might make it an actual requirement where if you don't have those stats, you can't go in and fight the boss. But you gotta remember, like, you're gonna be getting the Sovereign offhand, you'll be getting 5 more DP from that pretty quickly. I think if you have 4 TED armors and the increase from the just a Sovereign offhand, which will be relatively easy to get, I think you'll probably blow the DP requirement out of the water. Yeah. That's one of the best armors for buying a Pen Fallen God right now. Is if they do a DP requirement like that, where you can't even queue unless you have over a certain DP, then you might have this environment where somebody who has 2 or more Pen Fallen Gods are the only ones that can queue for like the 5th one, right? Maybe there'll be only one person that's able to queue for it the first week. Or the first couple weeks, and they just get it by default. But that also depends too. If it's a DP requirement, they might let you cheese it. Because you can currently cheese the Black Shrine bosses and go in there with Nuver. You won't get the best time killing the boss, but you'll definitely still kill it even with a Nuver. That reminds me though, I should do my bosses today. Narc, true. $10 if anybody can guess where I am. My guess is you're probably behind the camera. I don't think you're anywhere in the picture. I think you're actually on the opposite side of the camera. Thank you. I'll take the $10. Is it kind of a windy day? I see a lot of the tips of those trees leaning in one direction. beautiful here. Leaving in an hour though. Damn. I can smell the weed. 37 Celsius? Oh, disgusting. It's only 27 Celsius here today. Yesterday we hit 30. But we had a really nice day at the beach. What am I going to make for lunch today? My wife actually has a funeral she needs to go to, so I'm on my own for lunch today. $30 degrees in Finland? Ooh. Oh, my wife is calling me. 1 second. Damn, that took willpower. My wife has a gift card for Tim Hortons, so she's gonna stop by there and get the girls something. I was so tempted to get her to grab me a turkey club. This out here. Bam! Look at that. Yeah, those are some bougie bitches. Goddamn. The lake is massive? Yeah, not compared to my lake. Some might say my lake is superior to all other lakes. At least freshwater lakes. If I'm not mistaken, there's one saltwater lake that's technically bigger in the world. Boo! What do you mean, boo? You liked it. Owning a boat cheaper than owning a house these days? That's probably true, actually. It's crazy. Just looking at houses that go up for sale in my neighborhood and seeing how expensive they are, I'm like, God damn, honey. Give it another 10 years and our shitty little house is going to be worth $1 million. Probably in less than that. If it keeps going this way. No, I don't have a little house. Instead of going to school, you should just bought Bitcoins. You know what's funny? When I was a kid, we had a business class. And as one of our projects at the beginning of the year, we had a imaginary budget that we were allowed to go through and invest in different types of stocks and shit, right? And we were told, the teacher was talking about like diversification and making sure you don't put all your eggs in one basket and all that crap. And I remember like, no, fuck this. I'm going all in on fiber optics. And I remember by the end of the semester, I would have made the most out of everybody in the class. Because that shit just fucking went crazy. Nice. Nice Space Needle. Are you talking about the CN Tower? Because the thing actually referred to as a Space Needle, I think, is the thing in Washington, right? I guess the CN Tower does kind of look like it, though. The CN Tower is kind of... It's cool to go up there and eat at the restaurant once, because they have a revolving restaurant, right? So, like, while you're sitting there, the whole outer... Like, the inside of the top floor, like where the restaurant is, stays still. But the outer ring spins very slowly. I think, like, over the course, I think, every 45 minutes or something like that, it does a full rotation. I can't remember the exact time. I'm just making shit up. I'm trying to think of how long we ate there and how many rotations we did. And I think we almost did 2 rotations. Anyways, it's cool the first time, but it's just super expensive. Chose to enhance whaling. Got my gloves on first tap. Oh, hell yeah. Good luck. Or, good luck. Congrats on your luck. Yeah. My sister-in-law lives in Montreal. I've never been there. It is somewhere I would like to go sometime. I don't know, Spank. They're planning on adjusting all the grind spots too. I mean, if they don't address ores, then that spot actually becomes a bad grind spot. Because people are already waiting on respawns sometimes there. And if they don't adjust that spot and all of a sudden we get an extra 200, 300 monster AP, then you'll just end up sitting there capped on loot, waiting for things to respawn all the time. So, because of that fact alone, I think they're going to readjust the caps on that spot. Since 2016? Oh my goodness, what have you been doing with your life? City of the Dead mandatory for Telescope? Nope, you can get the same piece from Darkseekers as you can at City of the Dead. Okay, so far we have 4 out of our 5. Hopefully Daza wakes up. I should have sent this reminder out yesterday. But so far it looks like we're good for doing our bosses at 5 today. Yeah, they do share cooldowns. Oh yeah, you get tons of rewards from lots of stuff. You make so much money for just AFK fishing and getting rewards. You actually have to try to be undergeared these days. Okay, well, scrolls almost up. I think it's time to go make some lunch. I'm hungry, chat. Let's see what my XP on my Wukong is at now. I don't think I'm at 64 yet, but maybe I'm like a quarter of the way to 64. Damn, that load felt like it took a while. What the hell? Let's see. We're at 14%. Boom! 35%. Oh my god, we're leveling so fast. His sovereign weapon looks kind of cool, though. If only you could have that big fucking thing out all the time. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. Yo, what's up, Chad? I'm back. Sorry it took me slightly longer than expected. My wife has to go to a funeral, and she had a little bit of time, so I quickly made her a grilled cheese sandwich and the kids a grilled cheese sandwich so she could eat before she left. And then I could make my lunch, and I just made myself a little egg and cheese omelet. I also remembered while I was upstairs that I have some jerky, some beef strips that I was marinating last night, and I had to get them in the dehydrator or the air fryer on the dehydrate settings to make some jerky for later. I'm gonna try making my own jerky. What's up, Abrona? Yeah, my wife goes to a lot of funerals. A lot of funerals. For those of you who don't know, we have a beauty salon. My wife has a whole bunch of clients, and you know, over the years, people grow up, they bring their families, they bring their kids. My wife becomes very attached to their families. In fact, a lot of them consider her part of their family. And, as, life goes on, people pass away. So, she always likes to be there at the funerals when it seems appropriate to show her support. As these people are coming into the shop, right? Like once a month, always updating on how things are going with their family and for years and decades. It is humid outside today. Oh, don't get excited. That's just my tag. Just collecting XP on it while I grind on my sage. Okay, let's go rebuff. I mean, I guess we still got 30 minutes of this buff. Let's use the rest of this first. How's the foot? Oh, it's fine. It was just I mean, it was a really good poke, but yeah, no, my foot. Actually, I completely forgot about it. How do you get a mythical horse box? I can't remember if that was part of a code or something a while ago. I don't know if you can still get it. Somebody here might have the answer to that. Can I fit 10,000 in there? might be a bit much. I might have fucked up. Oh no, it all fits. Damn, 2,000 weight in my family inventory. I wonder if they've recently added more to it. Is it just a login reward? Oh, okay. What? God damn it, I'm trying to type something. And this stupid shit spawned. Got camped by their guild? Wait, what guild? Finally got your Krog stable. Ooh! No longer having to do the overnight horse training is such a blessing. Although I am kind of tempted to start saving ferns and stuff for when, for if they ever release the T10 horse. T10 Volarian. What is the pities on the T10 horses again? Isn't it like 30 or 35? Or was there a pity? 30, okay. I wonder how many I have. I mean, I've been collecting them from events for a little while now. How many ferns I have? Okay, so I have 7 attempts there. And what's the completed thing? Mythical, like, sensor, right? Sensor? Sensor? Okay, so 5 more there. And I know I can get 3 more from seasons, so I actually have like 15 attempts already. God damn. Maybe I don't worry about it, because I'll continue to collect those. Maybe by the time I have the Volarian, I'll have like 20 attempts ready to go. A PvP mythical sensor? They might. Two more from logins? Wait, do we have more from logins coming right now? Yo, what's this box? Probably some box that's in the shop. Oh shit! Yeah. And the fishing thing has 200... Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I haven't been fishing though. I've just been doing the... I think you get a reasonable amount of those rewards without even having to put your rod in the water. Let's see. I already have 150. I definitely want the aquarium. 25 sharp, so 125 in total. I feel like these two things are pretty good to get too. But that's already the rest of my the Kaffir bundles. Ooh, the Kaffir bundles are probably pretty good right now too. Oh, little Gamba boxes. Kind of want to do these boxes. And then we'll grab those. Okay, let's see how we do Kaffir-wise. So, I have no Kaffirs in my inventory. 35, okay. 46, yo. 37, 49, 23. I think it's like 10, or no, 20. Oh, never mind. I thought the average was like 25, so anything above 25 is good. No, we want, the average I guess is 35, so anything above 35 is good. Hey, we've done that on all of them except one so far. Oh, never mind, that one's 31. 45, 49, 23, weren't. 39, okay, above average. 30, below average. 41, above average. 40, above average. 43, above average. 22, 25, 45, 39, 25. Oh, no, 25 again. 50, 50, yo. 28. Okay, hell yeah. Yoink. Anybody need their Kaffirs? Kaffirs here, get your Kaffirs. Oh wait, I had one more. Oh shit! I missed one. Yo, we actually had 892! Okay, move the aquarium. I'll put that in there sometime later. Now let's check these boxes. What do we get here? Okay, 10 crons and a concentrated. Nothing really good. 60 crons and a concentrated and an 80 and a 50 stack. And 10 crons. That shit was a scam. Oh, my Elk Zone's busted up. Wait, you got exactly 892 as well? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, is this shit rigged? Yeah, maybe next I will grab the life boxes, and then I'll grab the fern roots, and then I'll probably grab these for some more. We're actually getting close on one of our horses. I'll grab both of those. And then we'll probably grab the swimsuit, just in case I ever need one on another character. And then the artisans, then the loot scrolls. And then kind of just whatever. Yeah, it's easy to stockpile trash when you don't need the silver jacked. Although I do plan when the Sovereign offhand comes out, I'm gonna actually just buy vendor crons. I'm not gonna open my boxes. I'm gonna buy vendor crons, keep my stockpile of crons. Hopefully, I won't need to go into my trash. Because I prefer not to sell my trash. We'll see how hosed I get. You expecting costume prices to increase? Oh, I know they will. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's just there's no reason to use something that will actually increase with inflation. Think of it as your savings account, right? If you have money in your normal account, why would you pull money out of your savings or your investments if you have money in your normal account? Well, my costumes are, you know, they're inflation proof. There's something that unless PA ever figures out a system, and I got a pretty good idea of how they could design a system to make it so it's not a retroactive increase, but until they do that, you know, I'm going to be smart. I suspect, so normally they do a costume price increase every year, and they would do it approximately a month after Fallen God was, a new piece of Fallen God was released. You can actually go through the history of BDO and see it's been like an annual thing. Now, they didn't do it last year. We've had like a bit of a lull since the last time, but I think that's because they did like a big one and a mini one in rapid succession. They did the big one at the same time that they increased crons from the vendor for 3 mil. 3 mil a piece, I mean. And then they did a mini one after that because they recognized that the cost per cron from the blacksmith versus the costume was way too big. Because I think it was initially like 1.8 for a costume cron or 1.7 a costume cron versus 3 mil from the vendor. So they did like a mini one to try to close that gap a bit. So we're about due for another one, and I think this is the perfect opportunity, right? They're going to release the Sovereign Offhand, the Armors, and the Elkstone, all of which are going to use crons. And I think they're going to tap everybody out, and then a month later they're going to do a vendor cron. A costume cron increase. This is around the same time that they usually do it too. Yeah, costume, not Vendercron. Vendercron, I misspoke for a second there and I corrected myself. No, we're not talking vendor crons, we're talking costume crons. I misspoke for a second there and quickly corrected myself. They won't do a vendor cron increase for a while. That'll probably be a couple years down the road. It will happen again, too. You guys got to remember, when it went from 2 to 3 mil, that wasn't the first time. The vendor crons were originally 1 mil a cron, and they got bumped to 2 mil, and then 3 mil. I don't think the next time will be 4 mil, though. I'm going to keep it a buck. I think the next time they'll probably go from 3 to 5. But there's really long intervals between when they do that. Yeah, typically vendor cron increases happen when there's massive inflation happening. Ooh, the stoneback crab spawn. Shit, did we go do that? Last time it wasn't worth the time. I want to get one of those 1 bill gold bars, though. Yeah. If the Adana grind spots, or even just some of the existing grind spots, right? They implied that with the way they're changing AP and grind spots, that they're going to readjust the silver so it seems relative to the difficulty of the grind spot and the gear required for the grind spot. So we might see some of the top end grind spots go up, not even including Idana. $50 or 50 crons on like 300 mil and other stuff, so almost like half a bill, eh? No, that's how much crons I have. That's true, with Agris being usable everywhere. Although I think most of the high-end grind spots you can use Agris these days. Like, they're good Agris spots, most of the high-end spots now. I'm pretty sure Ors is already good for Agris. It's already a spot you want to use it there, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I could check it. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've grinded there because I'm trying to push my level. Yeah, Agris spot. I think of... Well, Ash isn't an... Is that? No, I don't think Ash is an Agris spot. Olin's, that's definitely a buff, because Olin's typically isn't an Agris spot. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Well, pretty soon all spots in the game. I've never understood why they tried to make it so some spots are good for Agris and some aren't. I think that just makes the game more annoying if you don't want to go grind those spots. So I like that they're going to just standardize Agris at all spots. I think that's a really good change. Damn, Cappers sell quick. Man's gotta eat, yup. Okay, I think if we're gonna do the thing, we should swap. Fuck it, let's swap. Let's go do it. We're gonna have to swap channels too. I should have swapped channels first, get that ticking down. I just realized Pig Cave is scheduled to open like right before our bosses. Unless it opens right now. Can't open right now. It's not in window yet. I hope it opens up earlier in its window. I think it can open up in about 2 hours. That would be perfect. I hope it opens up early in its window. the hell? Wait, why am I not hitting it? Yo, where's it going? I don't think I'm hitting it again. Three-minute cave openings? What do you mean 3 minutes? Like 3 minutes after it's in window? I mean, yeah. As for closing in 3 minutes, the only way that's possible is if somebody's speed hacking. Because ain't nobody clearing a full 5 or 6 laps of a pig in 3 minutes. Four stage presence. Yeah, that's insane. Oh my goodness. I've had 2 in a single run, but I've only had that happen once. 4 in a run is crazy. But even then, right?
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Those things pushing me around. Get out of here, Pushy McGee. Maybe I should move over. I'm about to die. Never mind, I'm stuck. I thought we're committed. We're stuck between all these other papus. We can't get out of its attacks. Alright, we're gonna gun this bitch down now. Hit it with a shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. Hit it with a little rudder gun. Oh, goddamn. You know what? Hit it with the rocket launcher. Boom, boom, boom. Goddamn, what is this, Crimson Desert? I'm on top of the fucking thing. Yo! What we get? Oh, we got a box. And 5 crons. Yo, what do we get from the box? And stacks? No, the stacks or whatever. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. 10 more crons. Fuck this game. This game sucks. Wait, what the hell killed me? Oh, there's a player here. You rat. You rat. Run! Run! Whew! 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 Boom! Failed to connect. Shut up. Eh. I think most people don't care about war scores. Let's be honest. Most war scores are typically just who's ratting the most, ganking people quickly and then leaving before they can properly respond. That's typically what happens when sides care about war scores.
Determined shops have already reset today.
Oh shit! That's a good point. I should go buy those. Do those reset on Mondays then, or Sunday nights? Does my big nose go through the mask? No. Does your big nose go through the mask? I actually don't even have the mask visible on my Sage. I think it just shows it at character select because it has all the shit on, right? Now you're making me wonder. Let's go look. No, that's not the nose. That's the metal from the mask. Kind of at first glance though, it looks that way. True, they dropped the deck after because they don't want to see the L. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just because they don't want to get fucked with during the pig caves, and I mean, I think that goes both ways. I'm sure we've had our share of dropping the deck too. I just realized I didn't feed my pets. Little bastards need to start eating or working. Oh shit! I gotta change channels, right? By the way, you guys, in a week from today, or a week from yesterday, I'm going to be going to camp. So there will be no Monday or Tuesday stream next week. No way Grim could beat me to 67 now. Oh, there's no way he could have anyways. Not even close. That man grossly underestimated how much effort it takes from 66 plus. Even if I wasn't hitting the dummies, he would have been nowhere close. He wouldn't even been able to get to halfway. Level 66 plus is a completely different beast than 65 to 66. The only way he could have maybe got to like half of where I was at was if he went to like Gypin with like 4 other people and they let him sit on the middle tower and he popped every EXP buff in the game and grinded like 24/7. That's about it. But even living at Gypin by himself wouldn't have been enough to get halfway before I finish off my level. Gypin's good XP, but it's not that good. Blessing, 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 blessing. I don't know what you mean by blessing. The 200% daily? You can't pop this. It doesn't let you pop it past level 60. Although I do need to do my... I know I had this rolling, I just forgot to refresh it. This is pretty cool. Now, an extra 50%. Oh, those. Yeah. Like, all my XP scrolls. I keep saving those, and I feel like I might be rewarded for that soon. I think if any time they might readdress the EXP values you get from Grind Spot, it might be with this rework. I'm waiting for the one day where they finally decide, hey, you know what? We're running out of new things to make for interesting content, so we're going to make it so people start pushing levels again. And then they're like, okay, we're going to let you guys level up to level 100. And then I'm going to have all my EXP scrolls from the years ready to go. Just let us hit level 70 already? Well, you already can. I mean, there's no limit to the levels. There are people, what's his name? Titch is just about to hit level 70. And I think there's some people who are already 70. Oh, yeah. If I would have spent the whole time at Gypin that I spent it underwater, you guys don't even want to know. I would be, like, crazy high level, too. But I'd also be way poorer. There technically is no level limit, but considering how many things in the game that as soon as they go beyond 265, they reset back down to 1, I wouldn't be surprised if levels were that way too. If one day somebody hits level 265, goes for 262, what the fuck did I say 265 for? 256, and they go for 257, all of a sudden it'll roll over to 1. That shit would not surprise me, because there's been so many things in the history of BDO that have rolled over like that. Yeah. Thor's his guardian. That's wishful. He's been a grinder like me since forever. He's probably richer than I am. He just doesn't, you know, stream or do anything like that. That man's... He grinds more than I do. Or at least he used to. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say for today, but... I mean, imagine... Considering he's 68, and I don't think he's the type of guy that actually pushes for XP. I'm pretty sure he just grinds money. He's probably just been living at Darkseekers for quite some time. I don't think Bria was the first to 65. I think Bria was like the first to 67. Yeah. But you also grind exclusively for money. Or Zekia and Pig Cave and the places that you've traditionally grinded are absolutely terrible for XP. Bria was the RBF AFK area. They've changed their name to try to dodge that reputation. Some people said that he actually macroed in RBF to avoid dropping, but I don't know if that's true or not. I think that's an assumption. But they definitely AFK'd because I remember seeing multiple times sitting in some spot or finding some way to bug through a wall or something, and they're just, you know, just chilling there the whole time. And then they like TP out or TP back in or something, right? Because you can't stay in the same spot. You actually have to move, even if you're pressing buttons. Even if you AFK an enemy spawn, it'll still kick you out. You have to actually move around the arena. That's why I don't think that they were actually AFK, like, macroing and leaving the PC. I think they were there, but they would, like, alt-tab in, move to another area that was mostly safe in a full DP setup, AFK there for, like, another 3 minutes, tab back in, do the same thing. Basically just do that over and over again. Definitely not playing the RBF. No, you'll still get kicked out even if you're in combat, Leifonda. Even if you're in combat fighting, if you stay in the enemy team spawn or in one area for too long, that was actually one of the problems, because if you got camped in your spawn, like if one team was really one-sided, if you got camped in your spawn, it could kick you out if you couldn't make it out of your spawn. So, like, it would just make the problem worse, because people would be getting camped in their spawn and then get kicked out. And then the team that's losing has even less people on their team. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that too. Oh shit, my loot scroll. I think somebody in chat said it too and I just ignored it. Going for Shining? Most likely. There's about a 99% chance I am. Unless they make it like 100,000 crowns per click. But there's no way they, I think they're going to grossly undervalue it. Like I said, it seems like everything these days, they're trying to make it somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 crowns per click so they can make hammers for stuff, and they're all relatively equal value in terms of usage. I suspect they're going to make it like 4,000 crowns. Also with a 3% success chance, and them wanting to do like a higher pity amount. I think we already have an example of an item they consider higher pities, which is the sovereign weapons. And if you take a look at Oct, it's roughly a little bit more than a 3% chance with like what, 60 pities or 70 pities. So I think maybe they make it a bit more than that. I'm assuming 4,000 crowns a click with 100 pities. Which would make it so that would make it so the upper cost is 1.2 trillion silver. Assuming you got unlucky enough to fail a 3% chance 100 times, which is extremely unlikely. But that's my prediction of how cheap they make it. And if they make it that price, yeah, I'm going for it day one. Way too cheap in your opinion? Yeah, I mean anybody who actually knows the value of those stones. But I don't think that they, I mean just take a look at the market. They clearly don't understand the value of those stones. And I think for two, they're certainly not going to factor in opportunity costs that we've had to pay up until now. Because there is going to be no opportunity costs going forward, right? It's going to be super cheap and easy, like time-wise, to click with the ability to cron it. So the opportunity cost is all gone. And I don't think that they're going to value the material cost at max price materials either. Yeah. All depends on the cron cost. I don't think it's going to affect the market that big, to be completely honest. I think there's a fuckload of people out there sitting with tons and tons and tons of ore in their warehouses because they're too lazy to do anything with it and it's too tedious to try to sell it. And I think even if the market does start getting a little bit tapped, people will just start processing and sell them and it'll normalize real fast. Most people, I think, have enough materials in their storage to deal with their own clicks. They won't need to actually buy more. They'll just have to actually spend a little bit of time processing it. Oh, phone call, 1 second. Well, my mom wants me to build her a new computer. So I guess later today I'll put something together. All she plays is Facebook games, so she'll be able to save $1. She won't need a beefy video card. What I should get her, though, because she keeps her computer in her bedroom and she smokes in there like a goddamn chimney, and her dogs are always hanging in the bedroom with her, too. So there's always, like, cigarette smoke and the tar from that and the dog hair constantly going in her case, right? So I actually want to do a lot of research and get her a good computer case with, like, really good fan filters. So this way it'll be easy for her to clean. Because I told her before, like, get a can of compressed air. You know, once, like, every few months or at least twice a year, open up the side of your computer case, blow the dust and stuff out of it. And of course, she's never done it. She's always afraid to open it up that she's going to break something. So I think if I just get her a good case that has all the intake through fan filters and she just has to keep those clean, I think that's something that'll be a lot more manageable for her. She'd be like, can you do it, please? Yeah. Well, I just want something that'll be very easy to slide out, go bring to the sink, rinse out. Just tell her to, like, if you're going to do it before you go to bed. Pull the fan out, or the filter out, rinse it, let it air dry on the counter on, like, a towel, and then put it back in the morning, you know? Something like that'll be very manageable for her. A small room air purifier goes a long way. It probably does. She really should have one of those with the way she lives. My dad also needs a new laptop. The hinges on his screen are starting to break. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before he rips the screen right off. Anybody know, like, some good business laptops? Because my dad doesn't even play games. He literally answers emails, types to people on Facebook, and reads the news. A ThinkPad or even a Chromebook? Yeah. Just get a MacBook then? No? I'm not a fan of Apple. All their proprietary nonsense pisses me off. I actually refuse to support Apple. Honestly, a Chromebook is probably a good idea. The thing is, though, with my dad, is I need something that has, like, a good-sized keyboard where the keys light up, because my dad actually has macular degeneration, and he's having issues seeing things with his eyes. Well, I mean, what else do you see with? But, like, I want something with, like, a really good contrast and screen, and good, like, big keys on the keyboard. I don't know if they have Chromebooks that fit that criteria, but I remember a Chromebook I bought a long, long time ago was built to be compact, not built for somebody who has eye problems. No, he won't want to have another thing that he brings around, and that'll be just another phone call I'll get where he's asking, "Hey, My keyboard is having issues. Could you give me a... Can you come over? And then I gotta drive down there just to unplug and replug in the Bluetooth adapter or whatever. Extra large versions of Chromebook? Maybe, yeah. And Chromebooks are relatively cheap, too. Oh, there's an HP Chromebook. How do you guys feel about HP Chromebooks? I didn't realize that there's... Yo, I thought Chromebooks were all just, like, that was the manufacturer. I didn't realize everybody makes so many different ones. There's this Asus Chromebook here. Oh, this one's on sale, too. Regularly $500 on for $230. I was also thinking of getting one of those 2-in-1s for him. I wonder if they have a 2-in-1 Chromebook. You know the ones where the screen actually folds all the way backwards? Someone's trying to gank me while grinding. I saw that fucking white dot dashing. Because my dad will sometimes watch stuff on it, like Netflix. I could get that going. Like sometimes maybe if he's in his bedroom or whatnot, he'll want to watch it instead of going out to the TV. So maybe I could get like a nice little Chromebook for seniors. Is that what it's called? I don't see that here. A Chromebook might be perfect for him too and save a lot of money. I mean, my dad's retired and he's very well off, so I could honestly tell him that he needs a $3,000 laptop, and he'd be like, okay, no problem. But it doesn't make any sense if he's not playing games to spend, you know, an extra $2,000 because it has a 5090 in it or whatever, right? What did you link here? This just came out to a list. It didn't come up to a certain item. The flip keyboard Asus. Here, I'll type that. See. Best Chromebook for seniors. You actually typed that in. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know about this. I might look at a variety of Chromebooks, though. Yeah, this one only has an 11-inch display and only 4 gigs of memory. I want something with a little bit... Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't really need the memory. Intel Celerons. They still make Celeron processors? What the hell? Is that a laptop-only thing? The Chrome OS? Oh, does it not use Windows? Does it use its own OS? I guess that explains why it's called a Chromebook. Yeah, I want something that my dad's going to be familiar with. Why does it feel like somebody's watching me? Who is that? Pomecox? Where's my flare? Let's see who that is. He didn't get away fast enough. I wonder if that's the Musa from the other day. I wonder if we just busted him, chat. Maybe that was the Musa. We couldn't figure out who it was. Yo, what was his name again? Taco Time? Taco Time? Did we finally get to the bottom of it? I'm trying to remember if that's the same ghillie. I need to go back in the VOD now and see if that's the same ghillie. Chromebook is out, it's an oversized Android. Ooh. Maybe this is a good transition, though. I do tell him, because every time he travels, he's like, I want a way to communicate, but I don't want to have to bring my laptop with me. And I'm like, Dad, you should just get a phone. He's like, yeah, but then I got to learn a new thing. And I'm like, Dad, it could be like a camera. We could do video calls, all that stuff. You'd have a cell phone. He's in chat. Get him. Oh, you're right. We finally know who it is. Now we got to find out. Caught. Hands up. It's the police. What do you mean he doesn't have a phone? He doesn't have a cell phone. No, my dad is... He's got a landline. That's what he has, and that's all he's ever had. I crashed, it's not fair, you're not supposed to find me. I was wondering because it looked like you were running at me and then all of a sudden you did that weird dash like when somebody DCs. I was like, huh? What the hell? Look at that, the game's working in my favor. The proper DP for pigs? Oh, I don't know. Whatever the monster info suggests. So what about computer cases, you guys? What's a good mid-tower computer case that has like really good like fan filters and fan setups? Something that can also fit a 240mm radiator. Because I want to get her a good processor so the PC has some actual longevity to it. And then I'll just set up all the all the fans that are behind filters as intakes, and then create positive air pressure, so the only air that's getting in the case is through the filters, and then all my mother has to do is clean the filters. The 4000 or the 5000D, okay. Let's see. Oh, nice. Gamer Nexus has oh, 2 months ago they did a review on this case. I'm gonna watch this review right now. A modular case in interesting ways. The motherboard tray comes out. Yo, that's actually kind of sick. I don't see any fan filters, though. Maybe once they go back through. The non-frame version. Yo, he's jumping through. We see him rolling. Oh yeah, this is the frame 4000D. Okay, let's look at yours. Oh, this one's 4 years old. Yeah, I definitely want one that comes in black, because she smokes in the room, it's just going to turn yellow if it's not black. Nice, an origin. The fan on the top has always seemed pointless to me. Because I almost always use the top as an exhaust. And I'm not really concerned about filtering what leaves my case. I'm more concerned about filtering what enters my case. Although I did see a video recently talking about like whether you use the top as an exhaust or like when you think about convection, right? It just seems natural that you should use the top for pushing the heat out because heat wants to rise anyways. But there's so much air pressure and airflow going through your case that natural convection seems to have such a inconsequential amount of effect on it, right? I just want the fan, the filters to be easy to access too. Ideally, if there were just something she could slide out, I don't want her to have to pop off the front of the case to get to the filter, because then I know my mother won't do it. Well, typically, like, ideally it's the front. I've always found cases with where you can park a radiator in the front and use that as the intake as well, and then use the top as the exhaust. You gotta think about how the air is going to flow through the case, right? my case I have now is the Lian Li, and it actually is on legs. And the intakes are on the bottom and the back. I guess I shouldn't say back. Here, I'll just draw a diagram. It might be easier to understand. I really like the way mine is, but I have a really expensive and giant case. This is completely impractical for my mother. But my case is set up like this. Right. So we have the back. We have the front. All right, so this is the back where all the IO is. And then it's actually on feet. Right? Probably not the best feet, but right, like it's on feet. So, and then I actually have 3 120 millimeter fans down here, or sorry, 140 millimeter fans here. And then there's a 140 millimeter fan here as well. And then I have my radiator up here. Oh, why is that transparent? Anyways, yeah, I have a radiator up there. I wonder if there's a fill option. No, there is no. Yeah, I can actually add images with this. Cool. So, yeah, this is a radiator here. And then I have the fans exhausting up out of here. And then I have this exhausting out the back. And then I have these drawing air in from underneath. But also with my case, the motherboard tray, it's a really, really big case. So the motherboard is actually right here. And there's actually, actually, let me undo that. Over on the back side here, there's also 3 140 millimeter fans. And these are actually drawing air from behind the case into the case as well. Maybe, 1 second. Maybe I'll do this, right? They're drawing air into the case this way. I'm trying to show it as if it's coming out from behind, right? So all the air is basically coming in and going out this way, right? In general, mostly out the top. Yep, the O11, the Dynamic Evo O11 Lian Li. Yeah, it's a monster of a case, but it's fucking beautiful. And the airflow is amazing. Here. I should also draw circles up here too. Show. Technically the fans are underneath the radiator, pushing through it. But we can't really see that visual angle here. But yeah, this gives me the positive airflow, so I don't have to worry about, I have more intakes than outtakes, right? Which means that there's going to be positive air pressure inside the case. So all of these little cracks and stuff, like in the IO, for example, right? There isn't air being sucked in from negative air pressure. There's air being pushed out. So I don't have to worry about any air, like any dust and stuff being sucked in here, because it's actually leaving that area instead, right? and this allows the air to actually. I got a filter on the bottom, and actually that reminds me. I don't know. Oh yeah. I got a filter. Do I have a filter there? Just 1 second. Let me look. Oh, I gotta pop the top off. There's like this little thing, and I got pictures and stuff on there. I don't want to pull them off. Anyways. Yeah, like so, but even with this case, in order to get to the filters is kind of annoying. So, like, I wouldn't want this for my mother. I want it to be something as simple as a filter that slides in and slides out and is super easy to do at any time. I don't want her to have to pop off the front of the case to get to a filter. I don't want her to have to pop off the top to get to a filter or whatever. But I know that the only way I'm ever going to get her to keep her case clean is if I set it up with positive air pressure and make sure all the intakes have easy to access filters for her to clean. Yeah, I have I think it's called the Lian Li Dynamic Evo Extra Large. The thing is a unit, but I absolutely love it. So, like, this Corsair case does look really nice, but I don't know if the filters are easy enough to access. That's what I'm going to have to research. And I want at least one that can hold a 240 radiator. Because, like I said, I want to get her a decent processor so it lasts a while, because that's going to be the thing that's most important. Honestly, I might not even need to get her a video card. Considering all she does is Facebook gaming, if it comes with an iGPU, that might be enough. I guess the question is, how does an iGPU compare to, like, do they have, like, the 5050 Ti or a 5060 Ti or even a 5060? I'll have to take a look at those. I know in general they're not really that great, but that might be too much. Not money-wise, but for what she'll ever use it for. Easy to maintain. Does it have, like, easy to remove filters, though? Like I said, if you have to pop the front of the case off to get to the filter, then my mother will never do that. I need something with filters that legit slide out super easy. A 5090, no. Honestly, might get her a 9800 X3D though. Yeah, I just don't want to have to get her a full tower. A mid tower is perfect. No, she doesn't want a laptop. Even though it would. I don't know why. She just recently bought a giant curved monitor as well. She never brings the computer anywhere else. It legit just sits in her bedroom, so who knows? Maybe she does an OnlyFans. She doesn't have a webcam, so there's no shot of that. I'll have to make sure that whatever PC I get her doesn't have a webcam. We don't need her whoring herself out, you know? So, my mother cracked me up one year because she thought her Facebook got hacked. And I was like, I can't even remember what the issue was. This was some years ago. But she is the moderator of a Facebook, or at least was the moderator of a Facebook group about dogs. And she legit was like, I think I got hacked. I'm kind of a big deal on Facebook because I'm a moderator of this group. And I fucking burst out laughing. I was like, oh my goodness. Ain't nobody hacking you because you're a moderator of a dog group on Facebook. Calm down. For context of, and it's kind of silly that my mother knows so little about computers considering she's been using them just as long as I have. But just now on the phone with her when I was AFK there, I asked her, do you play any games? She goes, yeah. And she goes, and I checked my email, and she said something else. I go on Facebook. I said, do you just play Facebook games? She goes, I think so. She goes, so I ask her, I'm like, do all your games that you're playing, do you play them in the browser? She goes, huh? I go, like your internet browser, do you play them in that? She goes, I said, oh, okay, you don't know what I'm talking about. She goes, yeah, I've never heard of that, so I don't. And then I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure you do, Mom. You just don't know that your browser, it's referred to as your browser. So I'm like, what game do you play? And she tells me. And then I look it up, and yeah, sure enough, it's a browser game. My grandma saves posts by sending them to me. That's actually funny you said that, too, because I asked her, I was like, is there anything we need to salvage off your PC? And she goes, no, just every time I got pictures and stuff, she goes, I just upload them to Facebook, and then they're always there. Ooh, that filter on the top of that 4000D is really nice. That's super easy to take off. What are you doing to me, Boromir? You get off me right now. Right now. You hear me? Wait. Yo, he's got his lightning horse. Did you just get that? Want to share? Nope. No, I don't like sharing. I'm a greedy bitch. You stay away from me. Wait, where did you just disappear to? Hey, what's going on? You got it yesterday? Feels nice? Hell yeah. Yeah, I just got my second one yesterday. I need to level it up. I'm not gonna pay any attention to its levels though. I'm just gonna probably set my character on it and AFK that shit. Okay, I really like the filter on the top of this case. Where's the filter on the front of it? Embers? You mean traces of Thunderbolt? You can only get them from uncapped content and uncapped PvE. So like the 8, 9, and 10 bosses. It doesn't need levels? I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember. Max Black Star AP. 368 with Kudum if you have a Vel's Heart. Let's go rebuff. Alright, somebody's left their little Zerka statue on the floor. Yeah, I did a ton of D2 Ash. Just for the artifacts, though. There's no reason to go there for any other reason. Yeah, the ring piece drops there. I actually had a drop there. One of them. I have extras. The AP change hasn't happened. That change isn't even on Global Lab yet. Next week it's supposed to hit Global Lab. Anybody who says it doesn't are just talking. I've had it drop there. It does for sure. I've killed over 24 million mobs. Probably closer to 25 now. Oh, AP changes. Oh, from like the Black Star and Garmoth. Oh, that's right. I forgot those. I mean, they definitely make a difference, but not at this spot. You know, a 6 AP difference in a bracket is 8 AP, but this place is a 3% cap, so I really only went up like 2 and maybe like 2.5 AP here. Difference. Unmeasurable amount. Every 2 hours I have to restart my client there because my FPS drops from 400 to 60. This spot is super intense on your GPU when Tide spawns. I'm playing on 2K though. And I've been grinding for the last 5 hours. Just medium settings. Open up something to monitor your GPU usage, and you'll notice that when a Tide spawns, your GPU usage goes through the roof. So if you don't have a very powerful GPU, yeah, it's definitely going to bog you down quite a bit. I don't know what they changed about this place. I don't remember the tides ever being that intense. Yeah, like see my GPU usage is hovering between like 80 to 70 to 80. Actually, if I cap my FPS, then you'll see a better representation, because right now my FPS is just trying to go crazy. But you'll see my FPS drop instead of the utilization go up, right? Here, I'll cap my FPS and show you guys. There we go. I just capped my FPS at 144. So notice how my GPU utilization went down. It's hovering between 50 to probably 50 to 60. Let's see. Let's see if it goes over 59 or over 60. But watch as soon as the tide spawns. I'll go back up to like 80. We dropped to 43 there briefly. 61. So far 43 to 61%. You have to go into your NVIDIA control panel and turn off G-Sync. Or, not G-Sync, sorry, V-Sync. Did I say G-Sync? I meant V-Sync. G-Sync has to be on. V-Sync turned off. And then you have to have in Windows your And it's on by default, so if you don't know what this setting is, it's probably on. Unless you're using an older copy of Windows. But you have to have optimized game for Windows, windowed applications. Or optimized Windows for windowed applications, something like that. And then, if you play in full screen, then you don't have to worry about that. That last one I just mentioned. That only matters if you're playing in windowed full screen. Yeah, if you're playing in remastered, then you're going to be using a lot more of your GPU load, so those tides are going to feel a lot more impactful as well. I personally don't like remastered. There's things I like about remastered, but the lighting I don't like in remastered. I wish they would give us more options to adjust specific settings, because the lighting is just too over the top. The fact that I have a bunch of people in here too that have to come and ask what settings I'm playing on because they don't know if I'm playing on remastered or not shows that the actual difference with remastered isn't that big. But you really notice it like between dusk and dawn, right? Yeah, of course the tide's not spawning. For the most part, we're usually staying between 50 and 60 with the odd spikes or drops below or above. Yeah, things like water are certainly really noticeable on remastered. That's definitely where you're going to notice the biggest difference. Especially if you're out at like Termian Beach where they have that bioluminescent algae or whatever it's called. That looks super cool in the water. I'm pretty sure you don't see that on anything but remastered. We're having every one of the other events but a tide spawn right now, so I can't show my point. But watch, as soon as I have a tide spawn, we're going to be back up to like 80-90% usage. It's just because all that red smoke, my horse does it too. So the Volarian, if I go up and make him occupy most of my screen, look at my GPU utilization, and I'm not even attacking now. Look at that shit. Just because the horse is occupying most of my screen. I honestly think it's that the black smoke. Anything that has that black smoke, I think, just consumes a lot of GPU load. And then watch, I just use my mouse wheel. Boom. GPU load back down to 40. 60. 40. 70. 82. 49. And the tides put that shit all over. Yeah, new armor probably will, actually. You're gonna need a 5080 if you want to use the Dawn armors. Otherwise, you gotta sacrifice your frames to look cool. Yeah, I'm streaming and stuff at the same time, and I'm using the GPU to encode the stream. So there's an additional load on my GPU than you guys would experience. Yeah, I guess a 5070 will be the minimum requirement. Oh, shit. Yo, where's this Tide? Not necessarily true, but mostly. More robust features with the 5070. That's the biggest problem with the 5000 series. It seems like for the most part they focus specifically on features as opposed to actual like good improvements in rasterizing performance. And that's why they're catching a lot of flack. But those features are still pretty sick. I think that's the biggest issue with NVIDIA, is they don't understand. To them, because almost everybody, like, for the history of gaming ever, everybody's always talked, how much FPS you get, how much FPS you get. I want more FPS, I want more FPS, right? So, NVIDIA has this idea in their head that FPS is everything. So, they've been working a lot on, like, multi-frame generation, right? For example. And yeah, that gets you way more frames, but the problem is they're fake frames, and something that the gaming community on average talks a lot less about, unless you're like in the competitive scene, right, is input latency. And unfortunately, those extra frames for multi-frame generation aren't doing anything to improve your input latency like a normal frame rate of the same amount would be, right? And if anything, it's actually hurting your input latency because there is an actual cost to enabling it, right? So even though your frame rate's going up, your true frames are going down. So it's actually having a negative effect in that regard. It just goes to show that there's a disconnect between what AMD thinks we want, or sorry, NVIDIA thinks we want, and what they're trying, what we actually want, right? But that shouldn't really come to any surprise when you consider how much NVIDIA has shifted focus towards the AI market. The thing is, though, multi-frame generation, when used properly, can be used to saturate a monitor's frame rate, especially really high FPS monitors, and have a very minimal effect on input latency. The biggest issues with input latency when using multi-frame generation is when you're trying to turn like a 30 FPS game into a 120 FPS game, right? And that's when you're going to see a significant hit. Even though it looks smooth, it's not going to feel the way a normal 120 FPS does. But if you're already getting like a really good frame rate and you're running multi-frame generation, then the input latency effect is going to be significantly smaller. Once again, it's really about using multi-frame generation properly. I think multi-frame generation is a cool thing, but it's just it needs to be like all things, right? Used properly. DLSS is really cool too. I really wish BDO would allow for DLSS. They obviously seem a lot more focused on the AMD side of things than FSR, but like we need an FSR update because like, which was great at the time, right? When people didn't really have great video cards. I think the best video card at the time was the 10,000 series. people were using 1080s. So adding this FSR was awesome at the time for people trying to play in remastered. But like FSR1, like look at the description of that. An optimizing function that renders in-game graphics smaller than the actual resolution, blah, 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 with the bottom part. MD Fidelity FX Super Resolution is a cutting-edge, super optimized. 1.0 is cutting edge? That shit ain't cutting edge anymore. What are you talking about? The later FSR, though, is so good. Same with DLSS. I really wish that they would put work into enabling DLSS support and updating the FSR support. Upgrading FSR to a later version is much more work. Is it really? Yeah, I don't know anything about the technical side of doing that. I would think that updating FSR since it's already in the game would be easier than enabling DLSS support. But, I mean, if I'm wrong, it just shows how little I know about that implementation. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to claim them to get them, and if you don't claim it, they expire off the Twitch page. If you have 7TV, or is it Better Twitch TV? I think it's Better Twitch TV. There's actually a setting in your Better Twitch TV settings to automatically claim drops and channel points and stuff. Not because the way the later versions work means that you actually have to provide the data the model needs to generate the frames. Oh. Well, either way, it would be nice if they did both of those, because the old FSR we have is great for bringing down GPU utilization. But man, there's definitely a hit on the visual quality, even when you do it on the highest setting. It feels like your eyes are constantly out of focus. Yeah, Crimson Desert doesn't even need it. Crimson Desert looks so good. Their Black Space engine, it's looking like it's it might be competitive with the Unreal 5 engine. I'm gonna keep it a buck with what I saw. Obviously, I didn't get to see deep into it, but when they flew me down there to play Crimson Desert, oh my god, I was so impressed with how good the game looked and how well it ran. 4K, no multi-frame generation or anything like that. Didn't feel a hitch the whole time. Everything was super clear. I am really impressed so far with the Black Space engine. That's the name of their new engine they're working on. I hope the engine is so good that people start using that for their products too. Like maybe they start leasing it out or whatever the Unreal Engine and those other engines do. Because that could definitely be a revenue stream for them. But who knows, maybe they'll want to keep it to themselves and only make their own games off of it. Because even with how good the Unreal 5 engine is, there's so many new games coming out on it that are just shit. Duh. Even though it seems to have, and there's some games that are fucking amazing. I don't know, it just really shows it comes down to the devs. Yo, what's up, class? It would be amazing if they ported it over, but porting over BDO is definitely going to be a lot of work. There's no doubt about that. Right? The engine is just going to operate differently, and you're going to have to basically reconfigure everything. And even if you miss one little thing, it could probably break everything, right? So, like, you're going to just have to sift through years and years and years of code to try to make sure everything lines up perfectly. I just can't see it happening. Now, if they ever did do that, oh my god, would I ever be a PA simp. But I just can't imagine it happening. I know, right? The tides were awesome earlier. I just can't imagine the amount of dev work it would take to port over BDO to the new Black Desert, the new Black Space engine. And if they were to do that, like, let's pretend for a second that they did decide to undertake that task. And because of the amount of dev work it would take, I feel like we would just see no content for, like, a couple of years. And I think that would hurt BDO and their money than successfully porting it over. They would end up losing so much of their player base while they're working to get that done, that by the time they got it done, there'd be nobody left playing the game. And getting people to go back to old MMO communities is difficult. But you gotta remember, like, when a group of friends leaves to another game, you don't have to just convince one person to come back. You have to convince the full friend group. Because even though there might be one or two people in that friend group that might consider it, they're most likely gonna want to stay with their friends. And, like, with what we've seen in BDO over the years, they do seem to have a relatively lean dev team. It seems like they can only work on content or balance, and then do a little bit of quality of life at the same time. But they never seem to be able to be working on all things at all times. So just imagine if all of a sudden they have to take a large portion of that dev team to start trying to port it over, how much that's going to stall the updates on everything else. And also, if you know everything's going to be ported over to a new engine, why would you want to make updates on an old engine that also now have to be ported over to the new one, right? Yeah, and not just Crimson Desert. You know, you're right. Maybe once Crimson Desert, that's a valid point. Maybe once Crimson Desert is out and released, maybe those devs will be freed up to start working on something else. They also obviously have devs working on Doki B, and then there was like Plan 8, an FPS game they were planning on a while back. Or Project 8? Was it Plan 8 or Project 8? I can't remember. So... yeah. The only difference, Kinjara, and I'm right there with you, right, is when you're making a new product from scratch, you're doing all those things anyways with the new engine, right? But you also have to have the creativity too, right? Because you're making things from scratch, you're inventing them from scratch. The only benefit of porting things over, the only difference, is they already know how they want things because they already know how they were in the previous game. So they just got to do their best to make it match that. But that doesn't change the fact that they may have to completely redesign it, even with the same vision in mind, make sure it fits within the new engine, right? So it's just so much work. I mean, here's another good example, right? Think of how long it takes them to implement changes from BDO to BDO console. Think of how far console is behind. They're obviously already struggling with doing exactly that, because I'm sure a lot of these systems, they probably do have to redesign for console, right? And make sure that they work. And that's probably why console's so far behind. Oh, is that why Seamus? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. But once again, I don't expect them to do that. I think some people thinking that that would be an easy thing. I think a lot of people do have it in their minds that, oh, it's as simple as just copying and pasting. It really isn't, right? And I just can't imagine them doing that. But I swear, if they ever did do it, if all of a sudden one year they surprised us and said, hey, sorry, we didn't want to say anything, and the reason why our content updates have been kind of slow over the last few years is because we've been working on this, and then all of a sudden they announce that one of the Caltheon balls, boom, we're on the Black Space engine. I'd be like, oh my god. Who do I need to fillet for this? Jesus, thank you guys so much. I'd be the biggest PA simp ever. And then you woke up, yeah, exactly. And when that day comes, give Jesus a handshake for me too. Hey, it's not like no game has ever done that though, right? There are games out there who have done it. RuneScape did it. But yeah, it's just, I have zero expectations of it. I don't have a guide, but I do have a link to a guide. If you type in !awaken, no, !sage guide, there's like a Bible of Awakened Sage information. Bookmark that shit, refer to it often. Tons of information in there. In order to use it out of main hand, you have to lock a Tor's Thorn. If you lock a Tor's Thorn, then it'll work. If they actually have another 10-year plan for this game, then it's not out of the realm of possibility. And they said they do, right? Apparently, we're just wrapping up Act 1 of BDO's history. So, you never know. But I think it's highly unlikely. I think, yeah. It's actually crazy though, like when you consider how many new MMOs are out there and coming out on the Unreal 5 engine, and how BDO still beats the piss out of them. At least in terms of feel, and how it competes with them in terms of looks, right? It kind of just goes to show that even like with how robust and good the Unreal 5 engine is, if you drop an amateur in a fully loaded workshop, that doesn't mean they're going to start all of a sudden building the world's best furniture, right? It's not all of a sudden they're going to be the world's best carpenters. The tools are only as good as the user. Yeah, some games do a great job, right? I think Black Myth Wukong was on the Unreal 5 engine too, right? Like, obviously a fantastic game. There are some games that do it amazingly, and I think those are all mostly single-player games, so maybe that's where the difference is. But I swear, every MMO ever that has come out on the Unreal engine has just always either been terrible or just felt off. Like, even Terra, don't get me wrong, it feels fantastic. Like, it was a fantastic game, and like how the combat felt, but your character still feels like it's on rails, right? BDO, there's something about the way your character moves, except for when you touch water. Water is BDO's kryptonite. But everything else, like, there's just something about the way your character feels in BDO. Passion project versus forced game development, that's a lot of it. I think that is such a huge thing in the gaming history in general, right? Is you just have companies out there that look at games like World of Warcraft, and they saw that how much money Blizzard and how it really, you know, was one of their products that they obviously have a lot of defining products, but like WoW, for example, StarCraft, whatever, right? And then these other companies are like, okay, well, how do we make this profit? How do we get into that territory? And they just hire a bunch of devs. They don't really care about the product. They just are handed a task. They do it. No real heart behind it. They're just told, finish this as quickly as possible so you can move on to the next one. And they just try to pump out the project. And then, you know, you just end up with all these clones. Like, how many WoW clones came out of people trying to capitalize on the same market? And it just goes to show how little they understood about that market. If you're just going to create a new product that is basically the same thing as an existing product, why would anybody abandon their communities to try to go to that new product? That's literally most things, though? Oh, absolutely, right? So much so. And they might make a little bit of money in the short term, but they never really last. But you're right, that is extended to all areas, not just gaming. Can I show my gear? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I think there's a lot of benefit to in-house engines because, like, if you know how your game wants to... I think this is the difference, right? Is if you're building your own engine from the ground up and you know exactly what kind of product you're trying to make on it, then you can design the engine while you're building it to have those features, right? Where when you immediately dive into an already existing tool set or engine, right? You're now trying to figure out, okay, I want to do this. How do I do this within the rules of this engine, right? With how this toolkit has been set up. You're trying to adapt it to that toolkit instead of being able to just design both. It's kind of like a carpenter, right? Like a lot of like really good carpenters. How many different personalized jigs have they made for their different tools, right? Like their table saw and shit. So they can do something very specific and do it, like repeat it, right? It's kind of the same thing when you're making an engine. It's just you're able to, like, for your own product. You got all your own jigs that are designed specifically for the things that you're making. That analogy made me wet. It's true though, right? Yeah. The point of using an existing engine is that you don't need to train and retrain employees. Yeah, there's definitely that benefit to it for sure, right? There's definitely pros and cons. And once again, right, it kind of goes back to the skill of the actual developer. You have some games that are amazing on the Unreal Engine, and you have some, and you're like, what is this garbage? How many jigs do you have, Cavell? I bet you probably don't even know off the top of your head because there's so many of them for different purposes. You'd probably have to go out there and count. Oh, here we go. Now we have it tied. So notice how my 50-80 usage went up? Look at that. Now it's hovering between 70 and 80% instead of 50 to 60%. Oh, almost 90% there. Never mind. It's between 80 and 90%. All because of this tide. My GPU usage went up 20%. Is there a Discord for finding group bosses? I have no idea. If you're in the official Discord, I know they have links to all the different class Discords. Maybe they have different links to community Discords that serve purposes like that and life skilling and such too. How many coasters have you made? I'm not much into carpentry. I think in another life I probably was a carpenter, because it is something that I wish I had invested more time in throughout my life. If I had a garage, I'd definitely be frequently investing in tools for one and build my own. But there's one thing that I've heard is that one of the greatest satisfactions as a carpenter is making your own really useful jig. That just, when you're able to do something like that and it just makes a task that normally would take you a bunch of time and now is dramatically simplified it and you made that tool yourself. Supposed to be one of the more satisfying things with woodworking, up there with obviously finishing your project. I never played the first Edge Runner, but I remember it was pretty hype, wasn't it? There was a lot of people that liked it. Oh. There is something runner. I'm thinking of a game where there was like somebody like running across buildings and stuff like that. That was something runner, wasn't it? No, I don't think it was Ghost Runner. Mirror's Edge, that's what I was thinking of. I don't know why I was associating with some runner name. Ooh, we are in window for the pig cave. We are now in window. I hope it opens soon. I really don't want it to be. I swear it's always open around the time of our bosses. Every Monday. We need to change our bosses to Tuesdays so it doesn't interfere with pig anymore. Yep, main hand skills and awakening, use your main hand, AP. So like if I do this, it uses main hand, this uses main hand, right? If I were to do this, it would be, that's main hand, that's main hand, that's main hand, main hand, main hand. Did you guys see the latest update on that Air India flight? that apparently it wasn't like any type of mechanical issue, that apparently shortly after takeoff, the co-pilot cut fuel to the engines, and then the main pilot tried to frantically cut it back on, but there just wasn't enough altitude to recover. My add-ons? Yeah. Other way around? Wait, was it the other way around? Yeah, one of the pilots. Maybe it wasn't the co-pilot, but one of the people in the cockpit cut the fuel to the engines, and then the other one rushed to turn it back on. But because it was so soon after takeoff and they lost so much thrust, there just wasn't enough time to recover. Yeah, the voice recorder told that. And the black box. Because on the voice recorder, the one of the pilots says, "Why did you cut the fuel engines? Or the fuel to the engines? Why did you do that?" And then all of a sudden the black box shows them both of the fuel going back to the engines, and then the engines firing back up, but by then it was too late. Then he calls Mayday 3 times, and then they crashed. Why no 9800 X3D? Because the 9800 X3D wasn't out when I got this. Yeah. It's actually surprising that those things are able to be turned off, especially so short after launch, takeoff. That's probably just another thing. Maybe they'll have like a safety feature on it where they're unable to be turned off, or there's gonna be some type of actual lock on them or something. I don't know. Yeah. Well, the one thing that was odd about that, because he did say that, you're right, but apparently they both turned off 1 second after each other, right? It'd be really weird for both of those switches to simultaneously fail. And the fact that they were both 1 second off from each other indicates that, you know, it was manually done. Because it was the fuel was cut to the left engine, and then a second later to the right engine, and then the pilot or whoever it was said, "Why did you do that?" And then he says, "I didn't do it." I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact phrasing. He says, "I didn't do it," and then the fuel is turned back onto the left engine. 2 seconds later, the fuel's turned back onto the right engine, and then he calls Mayday, and then they crash. Shut up, Ronnie. Oh. Oh, it's so fucking terrible. You need to in case there's a fire? Yeah, that's a good point, right? You're obviously not going to want the fuel to continuously go out there if there's a fire. In Ember, you cannot until a certain height. What's Ember? Or Embraer? Damage dealing spells, Upsurge, in PvE, Upsurge, Radiant Annihilation, and Lightning Bolt. Your Spear Bolts, I mean lots. I mean, once again, Sage has a damage priority system. It's not just about What the hell? Not just about how much damage an ability does, but how much damage it does relative to how quickly you activate it, right? So if you take a look at that guide, there's actually a priority system. There's some classes out there that you will run out of cooldowns, so you got to run them in a certain order to try to make sure that you don't run out of cooldowns. Sage isn't that way. We have enough abilities that there's always something for us to do. So because of that, we have a priority system. You're obviously just going to do your best to keep the abilities that are highest DPS on cooldown. Amber, the small plane that most regional airlines fly. Oh, gotcha. So, yeah, what you just said is you can't cut the fuel until a certain height, and then it'll allow you to? That seems like a pretty smart feature. Yeah, that's a really big document, but like, there's everything covered in there. It's your Awakening Sage Holy Bible. There's lots of good spots out here. This is near Barhan Camp, but there's lots of really good spots. There's no shortage of good spots at Darkseekers. I specifically like this one because of laziness. If I want to just autopath out here and like go AFK and make coffee or something like that, I could just right-click bar and gateway and then I know I'm close. Maybe we will go do our bosses right now, though. Chat. Kind of want to go do my bosses. Yeah, pick time soon. Let's pick a channel to do our bosses on. We'll start with Sangoon. Normally I start with like Pig. But we're going to start with Sangoon. This way I got the drop buff up on this channel. Unless this channel already has a drop buff for a couple of hours. Deadeye is good, yes. Oh yeah, it does have a drop buff. Ah, for 2.5 hours. Okay, we could start with any boss then. Just head back to Heidel. Oh no, I just realized I think I forgot to grab my dailies for today here. Damn, I just missed out on a bunch of crons. Get out of here, rocks. Oh, shit. Whew. Oh, I got saved by the rubber band. Yeah, calculated. I knew that would happen. Calculated, chat. When do you use crit and when back attack on Sage? Well, it doesn't matter whether it's on Sage or not. It's the same thing, right? If you're fighting a individual mob that you can get a lot of back attacks on, then you use back attack. If you're fighting groups of mobs, then you use the crit. Because then it isn't about how quickly you kill the fastest mob you kill, it's about how quickly you kill the slowest mob. Because if you now, like, let's say you run back attack at Darkseekers, when it comes to all those little guys, if all of a sudden you got to hang around to finish one off that you didn't get back attacks on, or you leave it behind, it's counterproductive, right? But most of the time you'll run crit. But if it's a spot where you can guarantee back attacks on the, like, one mob, like at Gyfin, it's mainly about killing the big guys, and you can guarantee back attacks, so you'd use them there. Olins, you can guarantee backpacks, so you'll use it there. Cyclops, it's all about how quickly you kill the big Cyclops, so you'll use back attack there. Place like that, right? Well, I'm going to use Vicious Shadows. Oh, we already have that buff going. We just need... our crit buff. And maybe we'll start with Gumi. Oh yeah, this week I was gonna save. I'm only gonna do 10 on these 3 bosses. And then I'm gonna use my other 2 to knock out some of these 7s that I've never done. Like, I actually never did 7 Gumiho. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to get those gourds, though. I really should do them, though. I was so lazy with them in the past. Oh, my buffs are about to wear off. Yeah. I have a bad habit of doing that, too. Actually, thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna lock my 100% right now. Shit, I forgot to change one of my rebombs, though. Three? Can we count that high, chat? Let's see if we can get a double here. Oh, never mind. They're not moving in the right way. 2, and 3. This could be annoying. Oh my god, the range on that. Oh my god! I didn't see that last flame. That was so fucking close. Okay, why are these things not disappearing? No, what? What was that? Are you kidding me? That was some shit. That was some bullshit right there. Why are those foxes not disappearing, and why are they killing me after they've disappeared? Oh, well, I deserve that death. I died again. Oh, never mind. I almost did the exact same thing as last run. Yo, can you stop hopping? I gotta remember when he does that glow, I just gotta get away from him. I keep thinking it's that other ability where I can actually forward guard it. Gonna give me 3 again? 5, I could deal with that. Well, maybe I can get both these at once. No, never mind, they're not syncing up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make sure we don't. No, that one's not going to get in the way. We'll just use that one. And 5. Oh my god, you little rat! Oh, I'm dead again. Fuck! What the fuck did I judgment? Why did he have to do that ability right after the leap? I was like, I'll dodge this jump with my own jump. And then he hits the ground and instantly cues that shit up. And I'm midair looking like a dumbass waiting to fall into death. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Eight of them. You rat. You rat. Okay, there's 2. 3. 4, 5. 6, 7. And 8. Oh, I almost died there. Oh, he's putting so much fire around. Oh, fuck. What is going on? What am I not wearing? Why am I getting hit so hard today? Was it because of the elevation? I was like getting double ticked by that? I normally can tank that. Not the one where he throws out fires. It's like 3 ticks, and it doesn't one-shot your health either. Careful, this fire behind me might hit me. This is the dangerous one. That one will fuck you up. That's like 2 ticks and you're dead. Okay, this time the other one's disappeared. Thank goodness. Oh my goodness, 8 of them again. Boom! Triple? We got 1. Oh, 2, never mind. The other one wandered in. I just fucking missed that one, so we're at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That other one will wander in. See, this is the one you can actually tank. Although I'm actually far enough away to not have to worry about it right now. Oh, why, thank you. I thought I jumped late there. No! No! Are you kidding me? What is going on here? Oh my god. No! What the fuck just CC'd me? Fuck you, Flames! Oh, I thought something killed me there. I was about to get so pissed. Do Golden Pig next. What? Yeah, meta doesn't matter if you never get to the point where meta matters. You're gonna have to put months of work into the game before you reach that point, so. And it's very easy to change at any point. Play what you enjoy. I'm just like iframing too early or something. I don't know what it is. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? That wasn't the ability I thought it was. Oh my god. Okay, I wasn't anywhere near you, you rat. Okay, I'm not coming out early this time. No, 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 no. Oh, why do my abilities have to move me forward a step? I shouldn't have threw that palm. It moved me forward just like fucking 1/2 of a step. Just into it. Oops. Yeah, this could be bad. No, it was good. Just barely though. Let me, like, detonate some of these? Thank you, that works. Come this way, yeah, thank you. Oh, fuck. Oops. I'm dead. Fuck! Or not. Stop doing that, you asshole! I hate that move so goddamn much. Okay, you should do the other move now. Yeah, there it is. No shot! What was even that? What was even that? I was totally out of it! I wasn't anywhere fucking near it! Look at that shit. I wasn't anywhere near the fucking red zone. That was bullshit.
Mom, Dad's doing bosses again. I'm scared.
Honey, close it like I showed you, honey.
Shut up. Back over towards this fire. No, 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 not away from it, towards it. Oh, 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 let's do that fire instead. Oh, fuck. Never mind. Abort.
Mom, Dad's getting pounded again.
By bosses, honey. Can't leave out that context.
I'll show you pounding. His boss is about to get his pork holes rind. Can you move over to this fire, please? Why'd you have to move away from it? You fucking rich!
But also, I'll be pegging him later with no lube.
You guys have problems. Uh-oh. 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 Fuck you! So sick of that!
Mom, Dad's bullying us.
Okay, here we go. That other time was so bullshit. It was so BS. Oops. Oh no. Okay, so we did our 10s. Did we get any response from Daza yet? Not yet, eh? Oh, oh, shoot. Ugh. Okay, so which ones didn't I do 7 on yet? I didn't do 7 at Duxany. These are all capped too, right? So we might as well. Do I have an old bosses one? Oh, this isn't the proper one. Okay, we want Whooms, we want the Hate, we want the special evasions. These don't matter, these don't matter, these don't matter. We will keep the attack speed, these don't matter. Okay. So let's get some Rebellious in there. Get anything that gives HP. And I'm pretty sure these don't matter either. I remember testing special attack modifiers, and they didn't matter either. It's really just AP and attack speed. Let's, where the fuck are they? Oh, there they are. Grab these. Grab these for also some extra HP. Grab one of these for Stam. Oh, there we go. Do we have Bond Kobe's? Yeah, there we go. Actually. Okay. Oh, we also gotta do Sangashi too, eh? I don't remember these bosses. Remember this one had like some lanterns and stuff around them? I think I just want these. Actually, maybe a Kelk for the extra HP and move speed. Or, oh no, maybe even... No, maybe we use one of these for the extra 750 HP and the move speed. Okay. Let's see if we can remember these guys. I remember there's dogs that come out. There's the 2 phases. I feel like I should have turned effects up. I feel like I can barely see shit right now. Do we normally do this little damage to these things? I don't know why. I remember these things dying a lot faster. Auras. That's what it is. Yeah. These auras are so fucking lame. They serve no purpose other than to annoy. And now it's like a completely... Anybody who does this is like, oh, can I get 4 more auras? It's like, no. The auras don't do shit. They should just make it so you have all the auras at the same time. That's a little bit better. Still remember doing more damage than this. Okay. Now I think it comes down, I get to DPS him a ton, right? There we go. I think this CCs him. If I do enough damage to him, right? Okay, now I think we go back to these, but now there's some type of special thing. I think one of these is damageable. Or at least I thought one of them was. Maybe that was a bug they fixed. Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta kill these things. And they put death circles on the ground, so I probably want to put them out of the way. Okay, now that should make these attackable, right? Yeah. Coming back to me. Oh, that's right. I think those things gave me the buff, right? Or a buff. Oh, fuck. No! Oh, the death circle. I gotta turn my effects up. Oh. Okay. That fight's come back to me. I don't think there's anything more than what I was doing. I think once I kill those flames, I get another big DPS phase. I blast him down. And ideally, I kill him during that phase. If I don't kill him, I think I got to do it all one more time. If I remember correctly. That sounds about right. Right, chat? You know what? Let's do a little test. Let's see if I kill it faster. Maybe I am remembering incorrectly. But let's drop... Okay, we'll just... That's not what I wanted. I don't think I'm remembering incorrectly, but... Just in the off case I am. Oh. No, it doesn't feel like anything's changed. Oh, that's right. I do that phase, and then when I get him low, he does one more. Like, he jumps down, and then he does like a... Yeah, okay, I remember now. I remember there was a final phase. Okay, he fucking desynced like a bitch. He basically just does this like crazy, if I remember correctly. You bitch, stop knocking me down. Okay, where are the dogs? Where are the dogs? There's one. And then the other one's behind it. They could both come over here, that'd be fantastic. What's going on? Okay, apparently I killed it. I didn't see that. Oh shit. Oh, come on! Oh wait, that smoke was still there! Oh, for fuck's sakes! I forgot the old ones don't disappear! Wasn't paying attention, I fucking backed right up into it. Why isn't he doing it? Did I miss one? No, there it is. Are you kidding me? The breath attack on that one wasn't even anywhere close. Maybe he got hit by a tornado in the back. I don't fucking know. Oh, why'd I put that there? out of range. God damn it. Fuck. I'm both facing the same way. Thought I did not do as much damage as I should have there. Are you kidding me? What was that shit? I'm gonna have to do this one more fucking time, aren't I? So I didn't get like any damage on this one last time. Fuck! Now I think 2 is supposed to disappear. Or wait, what? His little bastard's in 2 places at once. He's fucking cheating. Shit. I think I was supposed to be near him when he died. That's probably why I didn't do much damage the first time. Because I believe if you're near them when one dies, you get a buff. That's alright. It's almost dead anyways. Now we wait for him to come back down. Yeah, here we go. Now we go ham. Shit, I'm letting too many of these other guys hit him or get to him. There we go. New record. It's because it's my first time.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Seth, he's our man. If he can't do it, well, I guess that's it then.
Okay, so we did these three now. I did Bari. I did not do Sangashi. Okay, we do Sangashi. And then I've done Sangoon. I did Bamboo. Then I gotta do... Oh, these last three are gonna be bitches. But we'll do Sangashi this week. And the next week I'll do my 3 C10s, and then I'll do C7. I think I'll save Gumiho for last, because he's going to be the annoying one with the gourd. I got to go figure out where my gourds are, or how to get them again. But maybe next week I'll do these two, and then do Gumiho last. But let's do Sangashi. I've just never done these C7s because they just didn't feel worth the time. I did different C7s for the rewards all the time before. But I kind of feel like doing them now. Goddamn, fell on my ass there. Okay, this bitch does... I think this is just kind of like a longevity fight. Just don't be dumb. Well, that might be hard. Oh yeah, that's right, we gotta guess who she is at one point. Oh my god, that's right, she does that. Doesn't one-shot me though. That shit used to. Oh, that's right, and this is where I hit her with a float or something. Or not. What the hell? You're right. I'm like, why is she taking no damage? You're absolutely right. Oh my god, I hate this system so goddamn much. I appreciate you. Look at first time chatter coming in, saving the day. The rest of you should be ashamed of yourself. I feed on your tears. Yeah, I know you do.
Shut up, bitch!
I've already done almost as much damage as the first run. How dare you try to trick me with that ugly face? Monstrosity, is that you? Okay, now I gotta guess the fake one, right? Oh, never mind. There we go. This is the one. This one? Wait, was that not the right one? Did I get ahead of myself? I could have... It looked like I succeeded the mechanic, and then all of a sudden, it looked like I failed. Like it did both at the same time. I know, I killed the correct one. I did the correct one, and then it did the thing where you succeed the mechanic, and then I started DPSing the bitch in the middle again, and then all of a sudden it acted like I failed it. Yeah, well, no, I killed the other one first and then waited for the... I mean, you weren't watching. Booch? Oh, that's right, that. I wish we'd get out of that corner. It's so annoying. There we go. Here we go again. Down in the middle. Wait for them all to appear. Am I blind? Oh, here we go. See? Oh. I fucking saw it! What the fuck? You don't build AP for this, you just build HP. HP and attack speed are the only things that matter. And life on hit. Even special attack damage doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, do a C1 boss with no special attack damage, and do another C1 with, like, full special attack damage, and you'll see that there's no difference in your abilities. It's just your ability to take a hit and recover health. Oh, species probably works too, yeah. I think, like, pig is demi-human, if I'm not mistaken. I remember people using demi-human for that shit. Stop laughing, bitch. It's not funny. What is this, the game to you? This is love. We're fighting for love, baby. Gonna do that flying thing now, right? Yeah. Okay, here we go again. Here we go again. We will spot the fucking crying one. What are we fucking up here? Okay. Crying. No. Wait, what's going on? I'm pretty sure I looked at it already. Oh, fuck. Yeah, maybe I'll do it without boss you. I know. I saw it was the first one I looked at. And the other 2 times, I killed that one. The other 2 times I did. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm misremembering and I'm looking for something different. Wait, why do I have boss view on again? I fucking instinctively put that shit on. You kill it too fast? Well, that's probably the problem, because Sage does so much more damage than it used to. That's probably what's been fucking me up then. Because the first 2 times I did it perfectly. I looked at the right one, I saw the black tears. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna do the little bone cage bullshit. Okay, I'll turn this back on until I get it. Pretty sure I don't even need to turn it off, to be completely honest. I see it every time. I'm just gonna wait a second. Okay, here we go, but here we go. Actually, fuck it, I'll turn it off. Right there. Okay. No, don't slow cast. Okay, she's doing the flying shit, I think, right? Yeah. Tactical jump, you guys. She's gonna laugh and giggle at me the whole time. I'm gonna jump in her face. I did that for dramatic effect. Oh shit. Oh, I greeted that big time. Oh fuck, this is not good. Whew. That was a little cheek clencher, chat. A little cheek clencher. Your cheeks clenched? Mine were. Ooh. Okay. So for those of you wondering why I'm doing C7s, I'm doing my 3 C10s a week, but I never finished all the C7s because they just didn't feel worth the effort. I just did the C7s that were easy. And I do want to get them all done. So that's what I'm going to do with my last 2. I basically have 2 more weeks. I got to do Gumi, Duoxini, and Nimugi now. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to preemptively change my auras. Since the last ones are all Earth, I might as well have them done, you know? There we go. So next week, I think we'll do Duoxini and Nimugi. And then the week after that, we just got to do our Gumio. This way, if they ever release some type of journal or some shit that, you know, gives a title, like they did say that they're going to make other journals give titles. Maybe we'll have it then already done, right? I'm pretty sure those should have gave something too. Is it Story Donghae? No, that's the actual thing. I think it's this one. No, maybe not. Oh, bosses. There we go. Oh, I should have listened more. Oh my god, look at that! Those rewards are insane! No! Let's go! Hell yeah! Yo! Anybody want to strike? Because Europeans are broke, and if they made it 3.5 bill, none of them would be able to afford it. What do you think of that, huh? What do you think of that comment? Wait. I have a fortune? No shot I opened a fortune too. Wait, I got a fortune too? What? Or was that already in my inventory?
Congrats, happy for you. Nice.
Thanks, Ark. Did you not cheer for a fortune? Yeah, I only got 1 wind. I think that fortune was already in my inventory, chat. Because I remember getting a fortune last night, too. But I don't remember selling it or collecting the silver on it. Or wait. Oh, no, that's the one I just listed. Boo! Boo! You guys can refollow. That was from last night. EU actually plays the game and A just sells costumes? You wish. Okay, well, we have 25 minutes to kill. Those C7 bosses are actually a lot easier. Sangashi doesn't even one-shot you anymore with some of those attacks. I have a feeling like Duoxini and Imugi are going to actually be way easier. And then Gumi, I think, is the only one that's going to be annoying because of the gourds. Where do you get the gourds from? Gourd? Do you remember how to get the gourds? EU who? That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to say we don't grind? How about that? Huh? How about them apples? Is it from the node manager? Maybe I'll run out there and just stuff them in the storage. Oh my god, I made a fortune! You thought people were ignoring the gourd mechanic? No, there is no gourd mechanic for 8, 9, and 10 Gumiho. But for 7, I'm pretty sure you still need to do the gourd. My little brother, I ain't got a little brother. I ain't got an older sister, little sister, older brother, little brother. I don't even have a cousin Vinny. I ain't got shit. All I got is you, chat. Just you guys. And you know what? I'm grateful for that. You guys are kind of awesome. Okay, let's go to the node manager. I don't remember where this bastard is. Remember when we used to have to run out to each of these to do them? Well, that's Bong Wang. There's Bari. There's Apex. Thungashi. Oh, there's Gumi. Just some fickle hate watchers. You ain't got much sitting true. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. You guys may be hate watchers, but at least you're my hate watchers, you know? Of all the people for you guys to hate, you've chosen you hate me the most. And I feel like I won. Where Pigman? I don't know. Pig Cave's gonna open in 24 minutes, right when I gotta do my group bosses. Afterwards, I'm done anyways, too. The wife's gonna make some tacos for dinner. And then, I want to go hit the liquor store. I need to go get some whiskey. I haven't had whiskey in a hot minute. I've been kind of tapped out. My wife wants to go get herself some drinks. She has a couple gift cards for the LCBO, the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. For those of you who don't know what LCBO is, that's where we get our liquor. And they tax the fuck out of us for it. Get that whistle pig. What do you mean whistle pig? You need gear advice? How about I give you some advice and not call me senpai or say uwu anymore? I'm kidding, yo. What's your gear? We're just killing time right now. Whistle pig whiskey. Okay. Are you of legal drinking age? What, they won't even let me... What happens if I type negative? Or press negative? Negative. It won't even let me click negative. Oh, enter site without email. Oh, shut up. Stupid website. Okay. I was kind of thinking of grabbing a bourbon. Looks like this is a... Oh, they have a bourbon. Whistle pig piggyback. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, they got a bourbon. They got a rye. A farm stock. What's a farm stock rye? Small batch rye? That small batch, probably expensive. Whistle pig, eh? I've never had that. FBI shows up. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it on the LCBO website. See if they have it in stock where I'm at. Wait, no, wrong one. What the fuck is this? Find another store. There we go. This is the store I want. Okay. Okay, do they have a search, or am I gonna have to manually look through? Oh, what can we help you find today? Whistle. I'll type in whistle. Dun da da da. Steam whistle, steam whistle, steam whistle. A bunch of beer, steam whistle. Can I filter it by like spirits? 3 spirits.
Shut up, bitch!
Here we go. Whistle pig? Oh, they got the piggyback rye, but they don't have the bourbon. I mean, I like rye. I might do that. I'm gonna see what's there when I'm there. Sorry, this product is currently unavailable for purchase. Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, if that's the case, I'm not going to be able to get any bourbons, because all bourbons are from Kentucky, right? That's kind of its whole shtick. I don't know if I can get some Jimmy Bean. Some Jim Bean! Yeah, I can get scotch. I like scotch, don't get me wrong, but I've kind of have a craving for some bourbon. Okay, node manager, where are you at? Where the node manager at? Oh, that's right, in here. Wait, that doesn't give me it. Wait, what? Wait, what, is it out here? Ah, there we go. Okay. We'll save these for next week. I'll just put those down there. Or the week after. Can I put them in the storage? No. There we go. I'm gonna go open pig cave for you guys. You ready? Wait, where the fuck am I? Am I too high? Oh yeah, there we go. Freaking textures around me didn't even have a chance to load. Okay. You guys ready? We're gonna open the pig cave. Even though I'm not gonna have a chance to do it, I'm gonna open it for you guys. Because that's just the kind of guy I am. We gotta do the dance around the altar. You guys ready? Open it up for you guys. We gotta do our dance. I don't know if we really have a metal dance. Sorry, chat. That was a little louder than I expected. Kind of startled me. I have you on speakers? I'm sorry. Oh, goddamn, I'm sorry. You ready? Right on the drop. Come on, Pig Cave. Open up, Pig Cave. You can do it. You can do it. We got nothing else to do right now. Okay, let's see. Let's check out your gear. Get that pin carrier's edge. Get your pin weapons. Oh, you need to upgrade your armors. You need to start getting some Fallen God armors. That's what I'd recommend. At any point, if you want to... There's this command here. Just copy and paste that image. Wait, what's this? Oh, shit. Look at that. You updated the command. Goddamn. So just follow that path. Yo! You're welcome, chat! You're welcome, chat! You're welcome! We just need some war pigs. That's all we needed. Okay, we're gonna do one boss run. Oh, Loot Scroll, appreciate you. Looking out, I like it. I'm just gonna say, even though I only have time for one run, unless for some reason Dazza doesn't show up, since I was the one to open it, I should be the one to close it, you know? Change streams, Twitch is lagging. Is it? Anybody else having issues with Twitch, or is it just Siona's in? You're fine? Okay. I just realized I'm not using the right lightstones or artifacts. There we go. I can't believe we got a strike from doing those bosses. That's hilarious. Fuck that chain. Oh. Oh, Zadaza? Perfect, it is. Why did my spear bolt just flip me around and not move me? That was annoying. I think I was stuck between two of those wall claws or whatever they are. You guys wouldn't understand how tough it is to be an awakening sage. I don't think you guys could handle it. Luckily, I'll fall on this sword for the rest of you. I'll jump on this grenade. They're gonna have a wind up and a wind down if you fail. So there's gonna be no more grabs that grab you in like 0.1 seconds. And if you fail, you're gonna get locked out of another ability for 0.4 seconds. So between the grab attempt and the fail, you're looking at 0.7 seconds or 700 milliseconds. So what that means is grabs have a trade-off now, and you need to be damn sure what you're grabbing is grabbable, because if it isn't and you're just throwing it all willy-nilly, you're gonna get punished. Type in !! global lab. I have a command for it. My mods are fantastic at making sure that's up to date every week. Or glabs, there we go. I hope I close it right away, John. Because I don't have time to do another run. I hope it closes it right after this run on all of you. Hey, I opened it! Okay? I should be allowed to close it. like the pickle jar. My wife asks me to open it, and then I make sure I close it, so I can close it twice as hard. So she has to ask me again next time. Treasure give? Over 10 bill. Can you record whole stream or don't see chat? I like how I'm responding to everyone else. But he thinks it might be recorded just because I didn't answer him. Oh my goodness. Damn, we didn't close it. Oh, I'm the first person out. Look at that. Oh my goodness. How busted is Sage? It couldn't possibly have something to do with the fact that I was out here, right? Got one fresh off the press? Wait. What is this? No energy makes you invincible. Watch me drive this cloud 100 miles per hour and fucking zoinked out of my gourd. Lot zoinked out of my gourd. Oh, I just scrolled down. This shit's so fucking dumb. What would I enhance with the 5 trillion? Remember, I need something to enhance. I haven't seen that before, no. There's a title? Yeah. If you finish it, you get, like, Lucky Pig or something like that. Well, at that. Unfortunately, we don't get any more Pig Cave because I don't have time. I gotta go prepare for my boss run in 5 minutes. Oh, fuck, I just spit on myself. Oops. Good thing I don't have my camera on. That'd have been nasty. That would have been clipped. You're damn right it would have. I'd have been like Neptune's drooling all over himself. You guys would have had a clip on me. You don't have a title? Yeah, you do. It's something lucky. Or luck? maybe? Hogging all the luck. That's the title. Chosen to hog all the gold and riches. Between stone and food? Yeah, that's the harmony. Yo, what's up, Vito? Just waiting for my boss group. Hopefully Medozen didn't go to bed. Hey, Saucy Baka, are you in chat? I hope he didn't forget and go to bed, because I know it's getting kind of late for him. I hate you. Never mind, there he is. You changed your name to that. Why do you hate me? This was the decision you made for yourself. Two-minute Utery? Ooh, what's our record? Damn, look at us. Oh my goodness, we were so fast. Valencia 4. There's one guy. What is the event quest I have anyways? Oh, that's right. The new seed pouch. Yo. I'll have to do that. I forgot. Right now I have all my seeds in my bag, or in my... Grow up, chat. Olvia. No. Ilya. Just in case I ever decide to start farming again. Oh, who's that? No, that's not him. Shut up, Beefy. Oh my goodness. You're nasty, cowboy. Ooh, Twitch paid me. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch. Damn, that was smooth and you didn't even notice? Wait, what was smooth? Alright, there's Kinjara. I hope this cave does stay open for a couple of hours, because then I'll actually have a chance. There'll be a chance I'll get some pig cave in tomorrow, as long as it doesn't open, like, immediately. Oh, there's another. Now we're just waiting for the old Daza. What class he on? Can't tell. Oh, fucking sage. Disgusting. Oh my goodness. That's a little better. That's a little better. Oh my goodness. Look at those fucking abs. Jesus. Kind of ripped. Holy, that kick. Jesus. Yo, let's get that in cinematic mode. Hit a Ted armor. Are you proud of me? I've always been proud of you, cowboy. Oh. Oh. What are we listening to? I want to listen to something a little harder. Cowboy, you pale ass. You need to get some sun. God damn. God damn, though. Oh my goodness. Yo, turn the other way. Jesus. Okay, what are we going to listen to? That Guardian. Oh my goodness. Guardians are the best. Accurate skin color for a gamer. True. Angriest of music. What's the angriest of music? Wait, what the hell? Wait. What is this? Why do I feel like this is Cowboy's favorite song? Oh, you're like that Dixon Dallas, huh? Oh, okay, I'll pop compass. Okay, maybe we need some proper boss music. Nope. No, we start from the top down. We start Jigui, Bogasel, Udari, Bongwang, and then Byung. Yeah. We're not trying to min-max it that hard. I just keep my crits on. Here, I'll pop a human buff for us. Okay. These bosses are gonna be so intense. It's gonna be such a hard fight, chat. This cannot be.
Have you ever had a dream?
Hey, what's up, Belgy?
Good evening.
From vacation? Oh, why do I feel like you told me where you went, but I can't remember? Kentucky. Oh, that's funny you say that. I was just saying that I'm going to the LCBO tonight, or the liquor store tonight. I want to pick up some bourbon. Should have got you to pick me some up. Send it to me. I think I just missed the buff because I... Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Sure. Yeah, you get someone on the far left. Really wonder how trivial these bosses are gonna feel after the rework. Mm-hmm. God damn, what an intense boss fight. Did it close already? Oh, not quite a new record. Huh. That sucks for me because that means I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow too. 40 minutes. Whoever that was their second run that did it at most. Because it opened at 10 minutes too. Maybe the third run. Yeah. That sucks for me because that means it's going to be closed by the time I wake up tomorrow. That was way too quick. I hope so. Hey, what's up, Joe Bell? Yeah, that's why. Huntler normally did red. Yep.
You will regret the grasp of death.
Never done this on remastered. I didn't realize that little shrine at the back behind the pad there is glowing too. Yeah, it's pretty high. Lots of visual effects. Apparently he likes me. Uh-oh. Man down. Must have walked in and out. not sure what you mean. Like the thing we just did? Yeah. Yeah, the pad's there early, but yeah, the thing shows up late. Okay, I'm getting CC'd. I can't get to my dude. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Blue. Oh, dragon again. Okay. Kinjara, you grab the next one, then I'll grab the one after that. Oh, there it is. Oh, purple. Okay, I'll grab this one. And then you're up next. My does it. Assuming we get another one. Oh, there it is. He's dead anyways. Good job, gentlemen. Thank you for the party. Hey, chat. That's it. We got our boss done. We are retired from bosses for a week now. Let's see. Where do I drop the kids off? Oh. We got Vert, we got Divios, we got Choice, we got Justin. Who you guys want to watch? Type in chat, one of those names. Could do a Justin raid. I know I haven't raided Justin in... Well, I normally don't even get a chance to. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Justin. Hopefully he's not about to end his stream. I know he's been going for a while. He usually likes to end his stream after a pig cave. Or start it when the pig opens. Oh, looks like he's about to do some Olins. Okay, if he's going to continue grinding, I'll send it to him. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you over to another Awakened Sage in the community, just in case. Super swell guy, super PMA. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow.